keep sharing your thoughts. And as we start, very shortly we'll have our chief guest speaking to us. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome this gentleman who was part of the panel yesterday, just to give us a quick feel of what happened yesterday. And do we still have the highlight video? Is the highlight video ready? Okay, so we can just have that quick highlight video.
We're really excited to have this conversation over the next 2 days and to engage on these really crucial issues with you and with our partners.
Today, Katiba Institute, together with partners TISA, NDI, ANCL, we are hosting.
Thank you. Okay, do we have it? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, it's 42 minutes past 9. Thank you so much.
We're really excited to have this conversation over the next 2 days and to engage on these really crucial issues with you and with our partners.
Today, Katiba Institute.
Came with uncontrolled borrowing. Fortunately, at that time, the borrowing was largely bilateral and was largely limited. And also maybe concurrently, there were a lot of assets domestically that could be stolen by the elite. There was a lot of public land, there was a lot of things to be dished out. And so theft on the revenue side had not reached the levels it has reached today. I'm not saying that there was less theft. I'm just saying that the focus was different. So you could always see something having been grabbed, land grabbing and what have you, companies being looted internally. But we reached a point whereby that got exhausted. You know, land is finite. So all the land that was to be grabbed had been grabbed. And now it became difficult to grab the other lands that were left. The companies who are running, the big rich companies had been bankrupted. Companies like Kenya National Assurance, which was the largest insurance company in sub-Saharan Africa. And I used to work there. And a plot was hatched to liquidate the assets. And some of us suffered the consequences of having a conscience. But anyway, the company was looted, it was killed. So that kind of looting went along. They got exhausted, the land got exhausted. And so where did the theft have to go to? The stealing shifted to the revenue side of things. If you those who are old enough, remember when the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, who was a deputy prime minister and minister for finance, Mwalimu Mati and group caught him stealing, was it 10 billion shillings from accounts, amount of money withdrawn from the central bank and amount that was going to parliament. There was a difference of 10 billion. They explained it away as a computer error. But that was the happening of things to come, that now theft was shifting from land and looting companies and state parastatals to the revenue side of things. Also, as the society intensified, the civil society agitation on whatever oversight, it became slightly more difficult to steal through expenditure. Everybody was watching, people were interrogating the budgets and all that. So it became very difficult, and even now it's very difficult to steal from the expenditure side of things. So they shifted the theft to the revenue. Why not steal before the money gets to be known where it is? And so, in that framework, in 2008, I began noticing that trend, and it was coming through the odious debt. So I penned an article in the Daily Nation. I did subsequent articles coming on until where we are today. So the title, Public Debt, Democratic Accountability, and Intergenerational Justice, is a very apt title for this discussion. In my keynote address, I've tried to rephrase it to make it more popular, to make it more popular for the street. And I'm calling it The Weight of Tomorrow, debt, accountability, and our children's future in Kenya. The weight of tomorrow, debt, accountability, and our children's future in Kenya. So we gather today to confront a question that is at once economic, constitutional, and deeply moral. The question is, in whose name do we borrow? And at whose expense do we spend? At whose expense do we spend? The issue of public debt in Kenya has transcended ledgers and physical reports. It's now the defining test of our democracy and a measure of our commitment to generations yet born. First, let us be clear. Let us be clear-eyed about the numbers. As of early 2026, Kenya's public debt stands at approximately 12.3 trillion, Recent figures are pushing it toward 13 trillion, equivalent to roughly 67 to 69% of our gross domestic product. While international assessments classify our debt as sustainable but at high risk of distress, those very, very beautiful words they use, this clinical language masks the brutal reality. Nearly half, and sometimes more, of all government revenue is now consumed by debt servicing. This is not an abstract statistic. It represents classrooms not built, hospitals understaffed, roads unrepaired, and opportunities denied. It is the steady funding of our children's future to pay for choices of the past. This brings us to the moral heart of the matter, intergenerational justice. When we borrow today, we are drawing resources from tomorrow. And a debt is a deferred tax. Why do I say that? Because you pay debts from taxes. So when you borrow, you are deferring, you are taxing the future. So, and that's the moral question. You are imposing a tax on the future when you borrow. The young people of Kenya, led by the Gen Z and beyond, who courageously protested in 2024 and 2025 against tax burdens tied to debt repayment, have issued a powerful verdict. This generation cannot mortgage the future of the next without their consent. Consider this. Every child born in Kenya today inherits an implicit debt share of roughly 200,000 shillings. They are born into a liability for projects they had no say in approving, and benefits they may never see. This is not just fiscal imprudence, it's a profound injustice. How did we arrive here? And how do we restore accountability? The path has been paved with an architecture of opacity that undermines democratic oversight. We have witnessed a proliferation of alternative financing methods, such as securitizing the future levies and creating hidden contingent liabilities that deliberately bypass parliamentary scrutiny. A recent political economy analysis confirms what many suspect. That is, elite interests dominate budget making, with debt accumulation predictably intensifying before elections. I'll also tell you one thing, that when I did my data analysis, and if you come in my office, I've got a chart I can display, every time we had a handshake in this country, the debt spiked. I'm yet to know why that is there, but if you put the figures on a chart and project them, you will see very clear spikes around the handshake period. So you don't know what was happening, but just an observation, not a verdict of anything on the handshakes. So loan finance projects too often benefit a narrow few, politicians, contractors, and financial institutions, while costs are socialized through excessive taxation, inflation, and erosion of public services. And this is something you can see. You don't need to look at, even when you are told we are doing a road, for example, they're building a road out of this debt. I'm telling you, I live in town here, and I always see people walking to various parts of town. And you'll see that when we build the roads, we build roads for those who can drive. We don't build roads for those who might have a bicycle or those who can walk. But when we tax to recover that loan, we tax the Mamambago who will never own a vehicle in their life, who must use mkokoteni to walk to their place, who must walk. So that's how debt is. We may borrow for these glamorous things. It serves an elite, but when we go to repayment, we socialize the repayment. And that's the moral question. So when you incur this excessive taxation, inflation, the erosion of public services, like right now, education has shrunk, health has shrunk, the services. the government is slowly ceasing to be a provider of goods and services. The government has just become a tax collector. And most of the time it's moving out, it is retreating from providing services. It's no longer a provider of goods and services. For example, take an example of the road. Again, I'm going back to roads. When we were growing up, we had the Ministry of Works, heavily equipped, heavily full of engineers. You find today, we have got something called the Kenya Roads Board, which handles the money for building roads. And then that money is channeled through 3 other organizations: Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, KURA, and Kenya National Highways Authority. These things, between them, they may not even be owning a wheelbarrow, because all they do is to process tenders. So today in Kenya, you cannot build a road at the cost. All roads we are building have inflated prices. Then there's now the capture of these institutions, whereby few contractors with money are the ones doing all roads. And today I can say this without fear of contradiction. Pick any major project going on in this country. You'll see China Road and Bridge Corporation. Everywhere. They are having about more than 100 projects, if I'm not wrong. And every new project, they are in there. How does that happen? So our engineers are languishing in the houses. They have no jobs. These people are importing. So we have gone to a point where we're even now importing roads. Because when you bring in the Chinese, whatever, you're basically importing that road. And the cost of that road goes astronomically high. So at the end of the day, you find that this gradual erosion of the state, elimination of the state from being a service provider, a provider of goods and services, is one thing that we have to be awake as we discuss the moral dimensions of these debts that come in from the various parts. So, as has been highly stated, the government of Kenya does not lack money. It lacks consequences for deepening debt with impunity in our name. There's a question my brother asked here. What did you do to stop? I don't get the exact words. What did you do to stop government from doing something bad to you? If I can paraphrase it. So, the crisis in this country is not a crisis of money. It's a crisis of consequences. People are doing things with no consequences. So, the lack of consequences for deepening debt with impunity in our name is an issue we must wake up to and address. So democratic accountability must be the bridge between borrowing and justice. Kenyans have a constitutional right to know why we borrow and whether the purpose serves the public good, how the funds are used with transparent tracking from the Treasury to the last mile of implementation, whether those investments generate returns that benefit the many, not the few. We have seen some progress in terms of an attempt to address issues, but they are insufficient and not worth mentioning. Transparency must deepen. Parliamentary oversight must be robust, not performative. We just go through performances. And it saddens me. I sit in Parliament and I watch it. Like right now, the president is in Busia. I deliberately decided not to go there. Because what happens at that event is that we have moved away from the constitutional architecture where the budget passed by the National Assembly and the Senate is supposed to guide or to be the blueprint for development. We have moved away. What do we have today? proximity to power is what determines development. So when you go now to what is happening in Western today, I think today is in, yesterday was in Busiato, I don't know where he is today. If you go around where the president is, you'll find all the local MPs standing up and begging the president for this project or that other project. You will hardly see the president, the MPs telling the president that, why have you not implemented what is in the budget for this area? They come up with no ideas because they know one thing, that the budget we pass in parliament is just performatory. It's not one that has any teeth in it. And the problem when I look at it, initially I used to blame the MPs, but today when I looked at it, I saw that the blame was structural, whereby Article 225 of the Constitution left it to Parliament to establish the National Treasury through an Act of Parliament. Now, that's part 1 of 225. Clause 2 of 225 requires Parliament to establish a law that controls government expenditure. I don't know whether the two sections were misread, but somebody came up with the Public Finance Management Act purporting to operationalize those two parts. And when you go to Section 11 of the Public Finance Management Act and Section 12, they address the Treasury. And they tell you the Treasury comprises of the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, the PS Finance, and the departments. Now, you go back and ask yourself, what does the Treasury represent? The Treasury is where our money is kept. And when that money is given to the minister, whom does the minister serve? The president. He's appointed by the president, serves at the pleasure of the president. Whom does the PS serve? He's appointed by the president, serves at the pleasure of the president. So if the two are in charge of the Treasury, and part 3 of Section 11 says that the Minister for Finance, the Cabinet Secretary, is the boss of the Treasury. So the boss of the Treasury is an appointee and serves at the pleasure of the President. So who is the Treasurer? It is the President. So then look at the structure of the modern state, where we talk of separation of powers. You have the executive power in the president. You have got the judicial power in the judiciary, the scales balancing things. Then you have got the power of the purse, so the power of the money in parliament. But our parliament passed a law that took money away from parliament and gave it to the president. Instead of establishing an independent organization to be a treasury, they made the treasury part of the executive. Now, the effect of doing that is that you are giving money to the executive. So when you merge money and power, you end up with an emperor. So the president of Kenya is an emperor. He's not a civil servant. He's not a servant of the people. And parliament has got no tools with which to control him. That's why they beg him. And when you come further down, then when parliament makes a budget, the architect checks that parliament, you make proposals, they come from the executive, and they come from the judiciary, they come from the parliament, and then they go to parliament formally. The Parliamentary Service Commission does its budget, the Judicial Service Commission does the budget for the treasury, for the judiciary, and the CS Finance does a budget for the executive. These budgets are brought to Parliament under Article 221. Then they are now processed to be seen. But now, when you are doing all that, and you are going to appropriate in the budget, you find that you do not have the money. The purpose, the architecture was that you make a budget, then you give that budget to the treasury and to the control of budget. Then for any money to leave the treasury, it must be in the budget, and the control of budget must approve before that money can leave the treasury. But the money has already left the treasury because it's controlled by the president. So the budget becomes an academic exercise that does not deliver anything. So after that, you now find that MPs end up realizing that the president usually ignores that budget because he already has the money. And so the only thing that will work for you is for you to go and kneel before the president and say, can you please consider this for me? And even saw the president when he was in Ukampani one time before the Honorable Raila died. He told me, Honorable Kalonzo, that why don't you emulate Raila? Kneel before me so that Ukampani can get development. So development sees as being a budgetary issue, the way the institution is designed, and it becomes an issue for the president. Now, in the same Public Finance Management Act, when you go to section 49, you'll find that part 1 of that section says that the cabinet secretary can use what? The cabinet secretary can use the budget policy statement. First of all, the budget policy statement does not exist in the Constitution. It's a creation of the Public Finance Management Act. And they say its purpose is supposed to tell the executive that Parliament will only allow you to borrow within this framework. So go and make a budget, then you bring the budget to approve. So the statement is usually brought in Parliament. We just finished looking at one the other day. Then the Parliament purports to pass it. I've also asked myself, does Parliament have power to pass a statement? Or what constitutes a statement? When you go to the Constitution, when you look at Article 94, Clause 5, it tells you very clearly that only Parliament has the power to make anything that has got the force of law. Now, law is legislation. You go to Article 109 of the same Constitution, Part 1, it says, legislative power, Parliament exercises its legislative power through bills approved by Parliament and assented to by the President. Now, when somebody brings a statement, it goes to committees, then we just talk around it, we earn some allowances, it goes back to the executive. That object has no force of law. It never came as a bill. There's no provision for Parliament to pass statements or to make reports anywhere in the Constitution. So after that, you find that we get to a situation whereby now that document, which is called a budget policy statement, under Section 49, now we are told that the minister can use that statement to borrow, which means they're assuming it has got the force of law. It doesn't. The question of borrowing is addressed in Article 220 of the Constitution, Part A, Part 1. First of all, Part A will tell you that the Constitution, the budget should have both estimates of revenue and expenditure. Part 2 goes on and says any deficits must be declared in the budget and proposals to deal with them should be in the budget. You don't see that. So now they are borrowing out of that. Another thing that has pushed our budget, our loans to be crazy, Parliament went and saw something interesting in the US called the debt ceiling. So they came up and said we can have a debt ceiling of about, today is about 55%. But debt ceiling will be 55% of GDP. Debt ceiling is arrant nonsense. You don't pay debts from GDP. You have seen people asking in this country, the economy is supposed to be growing, but where is money in my, I don't see money in my pocket growing. I can see buildings coming up, I can see whatever, but I don't see any money. Now, that's a very important question. Because GDP, or what captures growth, is not evenly distributed. In this country, we are told that about 10% control 90% of the wealth. So if you tax that 10%, you can only tax a small percentage. The other people don't have a share of that wealth. So when you use GDP, there's no relationship between GDP and the amount of tax you can raise. But debt must be paid from taxes. It cannot be paid from GDP. You can cut Kakamega forest and export all the timber, and you'll reflect growth in GDP. But tomorrow when drought comes, what will you do? So GDP as a figure is not something that you can rely on. And the Americans, if you go back to America, the Constitution of America was very clear that Congress controls money. But during the First World War, it was impossible for Congress to keep on seeing. Remember that time, look, the kind of transport they had and all those things, and the size of America is huge. So you can fly for hours and you are just still in that country. So one thing that happened was that Congress said, why doesn't the executive during war spend to a certain limit? We give them a ceiling, they can spend, and we can come back and rationalize it. That's how the debt ceiling comes in. It is a habit they acquired and they were unable to get rid of. Their only lack is that they print the dollar. And the dollar is a piece of paper. But because of their power and the fact that they control petroleum, is both petrol, hydrocarbons are traded in dollars, they print the dollar, but inflation comes to us. So we bear the brunt. If the dollar was to change today and say we are going to use the yen to purchase hydrocarbons, I bet the American economy would collapse. They have such a huge debt that they can't handle. That's what we went and borrowed. Instead of controlling the debt through our budgets, we said we are going to give arbitrary figures of a percentage of GDP. Now, when that happens, we find that we are borrowing beyond where we can accommodate the money. Now, maybe it would not be bad if we were borrowing and the money was coming into this country and was being used for the purposes it was intended. But you go to Section 57 of the Public Finance Management Act, you realize in 2014, even the debt ceiling came in 2014. In 2014, the Uhuru government amended the act by adding on articles B, C, and D, whereby, unlike what the old act said that you have to comply with the Article 206 of the Constitution, which requires that all money raised by government must go to the consolidated fund or to another public fund where money has reasonably been excluded by Parliament from the consolidated fund. The idea that all money should be controlled from one point is in the Constitution, Article 206. But you go to Section 57 of the Public Finance Management Act, you will find a strange thing. And the strange animal is that the Minister for Finance is allowed to keep proceeds of loans offshore, that he can use them to pay things outside, can use them to do whatever they can do. And that's why you'll find like the Eurobond return funds $7 billion US dollars. As of last year, none of that money came to this country. The entire money was borrowed and kept offshore. The budget was used, local funds were used to deal with the budget. The local borrowing was increased. And the Eurobond funds have never come here. It has been in Parliament many times, it has been wherever, it has never come here. So then from that, you realize that in 2014, in February 2014, another thing happened. We are about 250 billion shillings, equivalent in dollars, was again borrowed from the Eurobond. You are told that you are borrowing the Eurobond money. You are borrowing more Eurobond to pay Eurobond debt. That does two things. Under the Public Finance Management Act, Section 52, you can only borrow for capital expenditure. Repayment of debt is a recurrent expenditure. So you cannot borrow to pay a debt. And to make matters worse, if you look at Article 214 of our Constitution, you find that debt is a direct charge on the consolidated fund. Among the first things we do is we pay debt on the consolidated fund. Kenya had not defaulted. So this 214, what was this that they were borrowing to the fund? So that was further theft that was ongoing. If you look at the statement of actual revenue and the net expenditure issues, which the Treasury produces within 21 days at the end of every month, after the end of every month, and they publish them on their website, if you look at that, you'll find that they've been paying these Eurobonds. Now you ask yourself, why were you getting more Eurobond or purportedly to pay the Eurobond when you are paying the Eurobond through the consolidated fund? So that murky and confused way of doing things is what basically this topic is all about. And so what I'm really basically talking about is the issue of odious debt. In principle, debt is not bad. We have got circles in this country. We say we borrow from a circle, you go and buy something, you buy a cow, you pay back, you'll be milking that cow, you'll get your calves and stuff like that. So it's not a bad thing to have debts. But when you borrow debt and you steal that money, the money doesn't go to serve people, then you have got a problem. And so the big problem of our odious debt today is like what is happening with the Nyota Fund. The Nyota Fund, the president and the World Bank, wherever, that's what we see in the papers, sort of met somewhere and they gave him 20 billion to give young people. That money is not approved in any budget. That money is not supervised by parliament. That money, the control of budget has got no say. It is given to the president and it's opaque. There's no way of confirming that the president will not use 1 billion shillings and keep the 19. Because 1 billion shillings is a lot of money, especially when you are giving out 20,000. Because we are told that if you spend 100,000 every day, to finish 1 billion shillings, you need 27 years and 3 months, spending 100,000 a day. So if it is 20 billion, you need that times 20. How sure are we that the president is giving out all that money that the World Bank took? And then who should repay that debt when we had no say in it? Is it a debt that can be said to be a sovereign debt? Or is it a debt that we people should not be paying? What are the consequences of that kind of debt? And that's why, as a people, we must begin moving in that direction. Right now, I've got a petition in the High Court. It's petition number E216 of this year. I have sued a number of people and institutions, including the IMF. One of the people I've sued is the former President Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm demanding 4.6 trillion from him. The other person I've sued is William Ruto, the current president. I'm demanding 2.3 trillion from him. Because these are monies that if you looked at our budget, I took the Constitution, I took the Public Finance Management Act and said, okay, this is the architecture for borrowing. This money is not in the budget. This money is not in any report of the government that has come by. When you look at our legitimate borrowings by looking at the budget and all those documents, you find that from independence to when we came in, we had borrowed about 2.7 or something trillion, out of which, plus the costs and the interests and what have you, it came to about 5 trillion. We have repaid 8 point something trillion. So we have overpaid our debt by 3 trillion shillings. Our legitimate, we have overpaid by 3 trillion shillings. But when you look at the books, we still owe about 12 trillion shillings. So the question is, what exactly is happening? And so when you get those figures, we did some analysis with some experts and whatever, and we found that under the Uhuru regime, we got about 6.9 trillion. We could not locate the entire, at that time it was 11.7 trillion. We could not locate the entire 11.7 trillion shillings in our analysis, which is still continuing, trying to see, but from the documents we got and what we were able to analyze from the government documents, we were able to with certainty, convince ourselves that 6.9 trillion was money that was stolen by the Uhuru regime and the Ruto regime as per 30th November 2024. That's when we finished our inquiry, because after that we began going to court. Now, as of 30th November 2024, we saw 6.9 trillion shillings had been misappropriated. And that's why I'm saying 4.6 trillion by Uhuru and 2.3 trillion by Ruto. And we have sued him and all their people, plus we have also sued individuals. You are the control of budget, you are the control of whatever. Come and tell us what happened. Why didn't you take action? What were the consequences of this? Because Article 225, Clause 6, is very clear that if public money is lost in your care, whether you are a politician or a civil servant, you are liable whether in office or out of office. It's in the Constitution. So somebody must not think that they can go into office, do as they want, and when they get out of office, they are home dry. No. So safe and dry, no. So our struggle should be a struggle to distinguish a regime debt from a sovereign debt. Not all debts are sovereign. You have regime debts and you have debts of the sovereign. A regime debt is a debt that benefited a regime or the owners of a regime with no benefit to the general public. It's also a debt that was borrowed outside the law. A sovereign debt is a debt that was borrowed within the law and whose benefits can be seen in the law. Now, the other area of theft that has come about, and remember when I was speaking earlier, I talked about bypassing oversight institutions, parliament, the control of budget. So what you do is when you look at pick up our recent budget today, the Appropriation Act, and look at the kind of loans we are getting, you will find that we are no longer receiving money as loans. There's something they call appropriation in aid. Appropriation in aid is basically whereby, let us say a country says, we are going to build a stadium for you. Then it says it will be a loan, we'll give you a stadium. Show us where we are going to build the stadium. They don't give you money. They send their contractors and material to come and build a stadium. Then you begin paying that debt. So you find that two things happen. One, it may not be a priority project. And so if you are not clever enough, you fall because you think you are being given something for free. Two, Parliament does not oversight the expenditure. Three, there's no procurement. So they come and do things at their own cost and lump that thing on your head. So you might go and analyze and find that maybe there are people, close to half the project is going to say is being taken away as salaries, as administrative costs, and going back to the country. So you end up paying a very, very heavy loan where there's no interest. And that thing has grown even to a point whereby you find the African Development Bank is doing the same. I would understand when something like a country like Britain or China says that and says, okay, this is Chinese money. We want it to go to Chinese companies. In the past, that was allowed, but what happened is that you gave money to Kenya, and then Kenya would say, there's a tender limited to Chinese companies. Then they come and compete, and the one who wins takes. And you also give parameters and what those kind of, so you have got control over that money. But currently that cannot happen because they say it's appropriation in aid. Show us where we can do this. We come and do, we give you it becomes a loan. So what enters your books is a loan, is a debt, not cash. The same thing that happened with SGR, which we have also analyzed and have reached a very sad conclusion that was one of the biggest schemes of siphoning public money was the SGR. Because from the documents we've been able to assess, we find that what basically happened is that the people worked out and said, how much will this railway cost? And they said, okay, let's just use the figure 15 shillings. Okay, it will cost 15 shillings to do the railway. So what are you going to do? We are going to add on 85 shillings and make it 100. And then we say the 15 shillings will be paid as a deposit by Kenya. And then after the deposit is paid to the contractor, the Chinese will give us 85 shillings. But remember section 57 of the Public Finance Management Act, that you are allowed to keep this money offshore. So what happens is that the 85 shillings is supposedly paid to the contractor in Beijing. Nairobi paid the contractor 15 shillings in Nairobi. But the loan of 85 shillings, which is hot air, which is inflated, is then purportedly paid in China to the contractor. Why is it being paid offshore? Because then the fellows who are stealing can go and pick the money. If it comes here, it will be difficult to steal the money. That's what I was saying, once money goes into the expenditure system, it becomes difficult to steal. So they're still on the revenue side. So we ended up the 15 shillings 15% that we gave, ended up doing the railway to completion, but we are paying a debt of 85 shillings, 85%, of which not a single yen or dollar or cent came into this country. That's why I've been telling that the Chinese contracts are confidential, that what have you is confidential and everything is locked up. I remember there was a time when in 2011, 2012 around, the thing hit a lot of pressure, and two parliamentary committees, one headed by Ababu Namwamba, Public Investment Committee, and the Transport Committee headed by Commander, decided to investigate the matter. The committees nearly fought, the MPs nearly fought there. They were given, but before that, they became very tough, and they ordered all the documents to be brought in Parliament. It was an open session, so I walked out of my office with some 10,000 shillings in my pocket. I went to that meeting. They tabled all those contracts and everything was discussed. So when they broke for lunch to come back, I told the clerks, can I have copies of those things? They said, yeah, these are public documents that have been tabled. What you do, if you get us a paper, we shall photocopy for you. So I gave them the 10,000, they went and bought paper, and they came and ran for me all the copies. So I've got all the contracts on that thing. But then when I went to court with them, and I won until the Supreme Court says you cannot use those documents because you stole them. So there's no contract anywhere. Even when Parliament one time tried to investigate these issues, the only place they could get the contract from was me. Because after they went and made a sweetheart deal, all the documents were mopped up and locked away. The Hansard records were deleted and what have you. So the only person who has got those contracts is myself, other than the Chinese. And that's why I'm able to talk with confidence about what happened. And even the railway itself is not standard gauge. It is Chinese standard. You cannot go to Brazil and buy the spares for a standard gauge railway. You must go to China. It's a Chinese standard. So we are being colonized through this kind of infrastructure. So all these things, when you go through, you find that we need as a people to wake up and get serious about this debt. I will also encourage you to begin reading the statement of actual revenue and net expenditure issues, which the Treasury releases every 21 days, within 21 days after the end of every month. That statement tells us a lot about public finances in this country. And I must tell you, somebody in the Treasury is being honest and doing a very good job, but Kenyans don't read. So we don't know. It is in that document that you'll find something called domestic borrowing. Domestic borrowing to support budget expenditure and what have you is something very strange. What is allowed by the Constitution and the law is temporary borrowing through treasury bills. And the treasury bill is just an overdraft that should be redeemed within 12 months. Things like treasury bonds require to be approved by parliament. They are never. So you find very huge borrowing that you cannot justify. In the current financial year, which is ending soon, already we have borrowed from the domestic market close to 1 trillion shillings. It was never approved by anybody. Again, if you come to my office, I'll show you the chart, how the borrowing has been going, and you'll find that a lot of the borrowing that has been done domestically is nowhere in the budget, never approved. But if you go to the statement of actual revenue and net expenditure issues, you see domestic borrowing dominating, and the money comes out. Then you go to the various expenditures. I don't know, there was one time when some lady came up and said she had imported fuel worth 17 billion shillings. You remember that story? I don't know if you remember my rebuttal, which was given a stop page on the Nation. It was given full coverage on the Nation. Because I went and began looking for that 17 billion shillings in the statements, and I was able to pick it in the Ministry of Energy. They'd come up with something called subsidizing strategic sectors or something. So that 17 billion shillings had gone through, and this lady had been used as a mule, and a mule carries loads. Somebody who fished her from Dubai, gave her promises, and she was used as a mule to register a company, purporting to provide for petroleum. Then when the deal was done, the contract was done in the name of Galana Oil. And here she was thinking she was going to get the oil, so she was holding on to paper. So I did that expose and I published it. I gave a statement and I released it. It became a headline news in the Nation and on TV, in the Nation newspaper and in the TV stations. It was extensively covered. But when I was stressing that, I also discovered something very, very, very bad. That in the same year, Parliament had approved only 5 billion shillings from the consolidated fund to fund the Ministry of Energy. Then they told them the rest you'll finance yourself from the money you get from licenses and what and what and what. Now, when the statement of actual revenue came out, that figure had been changed to 20 billion. The budget has 5 billion, but what's actual in the statement of revenue is 20 billion. So the ministry gets 15 billion over and above what Parliament approved, and the money is taken from the consolidated fund, and we don't know where that money goes. In the current when I was looking at those statements, something very curious happened in January last year. In January last year, 2025, in the 2024-2025 budget, the amount of money that had been set aside for, they call them consolidated fund services, salaries, allowances, and miscellaneous for people who are paid directly from the consolidated fund. They don't wait for appropriation. Beginning with the president, the deputy president, the commissioners, constitutional commissioners, the people like the judges and the rest, the control of budget and others. When you look through, you find that Parliament, when they did the budget, the proposal from the executive for all those salaries was 4.2 billion for the year 2024-2025. Which when you divide by 12 months, from July, 1st July to 1st July 2024 to 31st June, 30th June 2025, those 6 months, you find that every month you would be required to pay about 301 million to cover those three expenses. And it was faithfully done from that 1st of July 2024 to that 1st December 2024. That was faithfully done. 301 million shillings was withdrawn and paid. It came to about 1.7 billion by that time. Remember, the budget is 4.2 for the whole year. Then in January, I hit a very big bump for that allocation. They had withdrawn over 301 million. They had withdrawn 19.6 billion, claiming, so when you add 319.6, they had withdrawn about 20 billion in 1 month, which is 5 times the whole budget for the year, in that 1 month of January. So I said, okay, what could have happened? Could it be that they have employed more judges or whatever? So I said, let me wait for February to explain for me January. So when the statement for February came out, they had gone back and paid 301 million, which means the 19.6 billion was siphoned out using the account for paying salaries to these people. And you know salaries, allowances are fixed. They don't change. And the miscellaneous is there to cover any growth. So my creative mind began saying, what was happening around this time? What could have explained why so much money was stolen from the consolidated fund? I don't have the evidence, but this is the hypothesis I developed. I said, this is the time Baba wanted to be the chairman of the OAU, African Union. Could it be that the money was stolen from the consolidated fund to finance Baba's campaign? And remember what I told you about the handshakes and the spikes in borrowing. Because usually then there's nothing to fear in Parliament. Everything will be rubber stamped. So that has happened. That was now February confirmed to me that this money was regularly stolen. March, the figure had gone back to 301 million. So I decided to raise a statement to ask formally through my office as a senator on the floor of the House. In May, I read a statement asking for an explanation. Up to today, it has not been explained. No answers come back. So that is the disdain, the contemptuous disdain with which Parliament is held. Now, I want to look at the number 19 billion. You saw the other day, doctors on strike. They were demanding 4 billion for a CBA. You saw the other day, lecturers on strike. They were demanding 7 billion. That's 11 billion. But this in 1 month, somebody picks 19 billion, and close to 20 billion, and disappears with it, 19.6 billion. And it can't be explained. You ask questions, and as a member of Parliament, you are told to go and take a walk. So with this kind of things, then that the thing comes that we must come back and look at chapter 12 of the Constitution. We have done very well with chapter 4 on the Bill of Rights. At least nowadays, many Kenyans are aware of their rights. But public finance and administration, we have ignored it. And public finance and administration is, I would not blame people because it's usually not part of a constitution. I've only seen it in 4 constitutions. The Constitution of Morocco, of the Philippines, of Korea, and of Kenya. That's why I've seen something on public finance being made a constituting principle. Normally, public finance is not a constituting principle. It's also a very technical area that when we have tried to litigate, you find our judges cannot add 1 and 1 together to get 2. They end up with 11. So it's an area that we need to pay a lot of attention to and see why did the Kenyan people go out to make sure that they control money, public money, because they realized that our needs are used to steal from us by our leaders. So we need to get a proper grounding in public finance management. We must also go back and restore the balance of power in this country. The imperial presidency must be destroyed, not by killing somebody or voting somebody out of office. The Ruto must go narrative is okay, but once Ruto is gone, unless we change the architecture, whoever we make president will be an emperor, not a president, because he has got the knife and the cake, as Achebe would put it. So we must go back and look at Article 225 of the Constitution and come up with the two laws. Part 1 of the clause 1 of that provision requires the National Assembly to be established by an act of parliament. Now, the Treasury was never conceived of as part of a ministry or a ministry of the national government. The ministries of the national government, the cabinet, is addressed around Article 152 of the Constitution. The Treasury is addressed at Article 225, almost 100 articles later. So, that is where we must come together and say, we must go back to 225 and have the law that establishes the National Treasury as an independent organ. Even devolution cannot survive with the Treasury being part of the ministry of the national government. And that's why I've seen governors complaining that whatever their ills and the mistakes they have and what have you, you have had governors complaining that they don't get money on time. The law requires the Treasury to disperse money by 15th of every month to the counties. But they never get that money. It brings a lot of problems on the ground, whereby they have again to borrow money in the banks to pay things, and then they incur, the debt issues get complicated. They go for overdrafts. And so, what we must do is then establish that Treasury, that one will secure our money under professional, not political control. So the money can be sitting somewhere, and the keys to unlock that money are two. One is given to Parliament. The other key is given to the control of budget. Now, the first key must turn for the second key to turn. The first key must turn by saying, the money that is required is in the budget. Then the second key, the control of budget will say, okay, I've looked at the budget, it is justified, give the money. Then the Treasury will release that money. The president will have no say over that money. Because if the president has got a say, then the president becomes an emperor. And when we take the power of money away from the president and give it to the control of Parliament, then we restore the power of Parliament to check the executive. And an MP will become very important. An attempt to claw that back is what you call CDF. The MPs try to say, okay, now that the money is already with the president, let us, why can't we get a small portion you also control? We also steal a bit of the executive power as a trade-off. He has taken all the legislative power. Let us claw a bit from the executive power so that we can also begin executing. And that's how CDF comes in. At its best intentions. I'm not looking at the problems of implementing it or whatever. It's whether it's constitutional or not. But at its best intention is an attempt by Parliament, by parliamentarians, to have some say on how money is used. Because they have seen that the budget is useless. Because already the president has the money. So we need to lobby and get rid of sections 11 and 12 of the Public Finance Management Act, section 49 that allows the minister to borrow using the public, the budget policy statement, section 57 that allows the public, that 57 that allows the money borrowed to be banked offshore or to be kept outside the consolidated fund at the whims of the minister. So, when we do that, we shall be able to rein in the question of how our money is used. And I'm telling you, once you kill the imperial presidency, once we restore the fact that development will be accessed through the budget, not through proximity to State House, we shall have liberated this country. It will not matter so much who is the president. And the fight will shift back to who is the MP. What kind of MP are you sending to Nairobi to represent you? Is he one who can engage and make sure that your needs get their way into the budget? Right now, you need an MP who can go and lie flat before the president, and you will get development in your country. We need to go back and say we need an MP who has got the capacity to look at the budget, engage with that budget process, and see that issues are mentioned there. So if we do that, we shall save this country. And that's why I'm personally and even when we do that, getting the treasury away from the executive, national executive, the counties will breathe. Because the treasury will serve the 48 governments, or the 2 levels of government, equitably, without favoring this or the other. And then also the treasury will know things like this money I've just given you that are stolen through the treasury exposed through the statement of actual revenue and net expenditure issues will not pop up anywhere, because it will be running like a bank. It will be under professional, it will be professionally guarded. The other thing we must go and look at, the qualification for the control of budget. If you go to Article 228, where we have got in the Constitution, where we have got the control of budget, the first part, and you go to Article 229, where you have got the Auditor General, read that thing carefully, the requirements for qualification. You'll find there's a distinct, there's a clear separation. For the Auditor General, you need an accomplished accountant. For the control of budget, you need an accomplished economist. But when we were rolling out as Parliament, the acts look for accountants for both decisions. The accountant is basically like a mortician. It's like a person a pathologist who comes to look at what has happened. A control of budget is supposed to be forward-looking. He's supposed to be able to audit budgets. And that's why the requirement there, if you look at them critically, you'll find that the requirements are as different as day from night for the 2 offices. But you have failed. And so the past control of budget and the current one are accountants. And when you listen to them, they talk about facts and figures. There's nothing they tell you about the future. There's nothing they tell you, you have looked at this budget and there's this kind of things in that budget. They don't control the budget. They don't do anything. They are waiting for expenditure and are looking at figures and balancing sheets and what have you. So we now have got 2 Auditor Generals almost. We have missed out on Article 228. And then for the Auditor General, the question of public debt. When you go to Article 229, I think it's 4G or E, you'll clearly see that among the things the Auditor General is supposed to audit every year, within 6 months from the end of the year, is public debt. So when they tell you they don't know how much is owed, they tell you that, which is true, they don't know, whatever the Auditor General has failed. Also, when you look at the audit reports, you look at Section 6, Clause 6 of 229. The report is supposed to tell you whether public funds were used lawfully and effectively. I tell you, pick any audit report. They have got a common phrase, who are unable to determine whether this money was used lawfully or not. They never close their audits. We also need Auditor General to do their work and close the audits. They should stop these sensational things they put in the media. Give us closed audits that the DCI and the ESCC can act on. Make a finding. Don't say we were unable to make a finding. The law wants you to make a finding on the lawfulness and effectiveness of how public money was used. So, with those few remarks, I say that, in conclusion, I say that the struggle for debt transparency is a struggle for democracy itself. Let us demand that those who spend in our name are answerable, not just to the next election cycle, but to the next generation. The debt figures we cite are not abstract. They are the weight of tomorrow on the shoulders of today's youth. We owe it to them to lift the weight, to restore accountability, and to ensure that the Kenya they inherit is one of opportunity, not obligation. Thank you very much, and may God bless us.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. Makofi tafadhali. Any quick reactions, quick feedback? What have you picked? Just put up your hand. Let's just get about 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 3. Okay, go ahead. Keith?
Okay, good morning. My name is Keith Robb, and I have a couple of questions. Firstly, with the Pandora Papers, it illustrated how stolen funds are stored abroad with countries which don't have extradition agreements. So I wanted to know what avenues do we have to recover those funds. Secondly, with regards to the handshake, I think around the time for BBI, there was a whole thing where supposedly members of parliament would quash bills that the opposition members of parliament would quash bills proposed by the government simply as a means to push for a handshake agreement. So what avenues do you have to counter that in relation to public debt and also to protect ourselves? And lastly, per section 57 of the Act, I haven't seen directly how a cabinet secretary can store the funds offshore. So if you could kindly explain to us how that works. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elsie, and my question is, why is it that we cannot borrow loans that are generating income for us? For example, why can't we set up factories that can, let's say, process coffee beans into coffee, instead of exporting it to countries like Britain and then they sell it to us at a very high price? Why can't we do it ourselves so that to generate income on our own? And this money that we get will be able to repay the loans that we have and even prevent us from acquiring even more loans. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. So my question is, why do we need an infrastructure fund when we are already stealing from the consolidated fund?
Over to you, Honorable Senator.
Okay, the first question is offshore cash, how do we recover it? And that's a political question. The first step is to get a government that is keen to recover it. And the second thing is that this money is reflected in our books as debts. This money, once it is traced wherever it is, you can call the governments of those countries, and it's in the West, and tell them, this money purportedly came here, but it's here. Why don't you take this money, give back to whoever lent it to us, and let our debt die? So there are very many avenues of recovering it. If you remember it's called the tuna gate, the scandal on tuna in Mozambique. The High Court in Mozambique was able to repudiate some of that debt, and it was affirmed by the arbitration in London. So there are avenues that can be done, but you need political will. If it's a government of thieves for thieves by thieves, like what we have today, you will not recover that money. They will steal more and keep it offshore. That's my answer for that. The handshake, for me, is nothing other than trying to share the money the president controls. If we had the money sitting in parliament, my friend, there would be no desire for a handshake. Because the handshake is a way of accessing state resources, state funds, nothing else. So Raila used that as a way of him also getting a share of the spoils. But if we take the treasury to be independent, there will be no spoils for politicians. It will be sanitized, the money will be under the control of a professional people. The fight for the money will be in parliament, not in State House. And the occupant, I'm telling you, the occupant of State House will not be important. As your MP will be as important as the member of parliament you will have. So for me, handshakes were nothing but an attempt to find accommodation within the imperial presidency. You elect somebody and he becomes an emperor. An emperor controls tools of violence and controls resources. That's an emperor. It doesn't control anything else. And in a democracy, the tools of violence are supposed to be with the president on coercion, or let me call it tools of coercion, but the tools of money are supposed to be controlled by parliament. So in the absence of that, then you find you have got a big problem. So handshakes should be understood within that construct. Just like CDF. CDF is also a handshake of type. It's like a handshake that results in that. Unconstitutional. Even the other handshakes were unconstitutional. Because if you look at Article 4, Clause 2 of the Constitution, it clearly defines Kenya as a multi-party democracy. And if you go deeper inside, the House has got a majority side and a minority side. When you create a handshake, you remove those barriers or checks and balances. You distort that design. And so you end up with a republic that is not anchored on the Constitution. Even broad-based is the same nonsense. Totally unconstitutional and results in failure and lack of oversight over the executive. So how do we borrow and keep funds abroad? If you look at that section of the law that I gave, I think 57, of the Public Finance Management Act, it allows the minister to keep their purportedly to open accounts abroad for paying people around. Among my attempts to resolve this thing, the first time I got to learn of this was in 2014 when the Eurobond was coming in. Some young man whom we became friends and are still friends today, is a young man from Nyeri, works in the treasury, came to me with some dossier and told me, look at this scam here. Look at what has been declared in the budget. You can't see any Eurobond money there. There's Eurobond being borrowed. But the amount of money being borrowed, look at what the government has borrowed from the local market, is the exact equivalent of what the Eurobond was being purported to be borrowed for. So the Eurobond is not coming in this country. And today, when you ask these people, do you have a single Eurobond project? There's none. You remember, those who are old enough, you remember there was a time President Uhuru really came hard on the former Auditor General Edward Ouko, when he now demanded that he was going to New York to examine those accounts they said were having the Eurobond. And the president came hard on him. The next day, Duale moved a motion in parliament to impeach, to a vote of no confidence in Ouko. I rushed to court and I got orders stopping it. And that's how Ouko stayed in there until he finished his term, because of the orders I got saying you could not do that. But when the handshake happened, Ouko changed the story and said he saw the money had come in the budget, but he still could not pinpoint where it went. So that's why the handshake has been very destructive in this country. So that's how the money goes out. Why is borrowing not directed to infrastructure? Because it is thieves who are borrowing. They are borrowing to make themselves rich. And did not begin yesterday. In 1974, the government guaranteed something through Mwai Kibaki Axis. It is called Kenren fertilizer. Have you heard of it? Kenren fertilizer, we are supposed to be having a big fertilizer plant in Dagoretti. Have you ever seen anything like that? We are still paying that loan until today. That was the first big scam in this country. It was by Mwai Kibaki and group. So this culture of stealing has been there all through, only that it has intensified. So those kind of things are there. So the people borrowing are not interested in developing this country. They are interested in stealing. And remember when I opened, I said, Earlier on, they stole land, they stole companies, but those companies have collapsed. The land is exhausted. So they have become creative. They are stealing from the revenue side. When the money comes in, now you've got so many things following them. When you steal, it's very difficult to steal on the expenditure side. So the easiest way to steal is to steal before money goes into the process, the budgeting process. So keep the money outside the budget and keep it outside parliamentary oversight. Nobody will see the documents. They will tell you they are confidential. The requirements in the Public Finance Management Act that 14 days, 21 days, must publish this, must publish that, become useless. Because it's outside. And when I was pursuing, and the judiciary can sometimes get caught up. When I was pursuing the SGR case, which I prosecuted the Supreme Court, I lost in the Supreme Court, when they said I had used stolen documents to produce evidence. They never said that the documents were fake. They said I accessed them wrongly. Go and look at Article 50, Clause 4 of the Constitution, what it says. It's not how you acquire documents that's ultimately important. It's the weight of the documents and their value. And what I look at Article 50, Clause 4. But the Supreme Court looked away and said I got the documents wrongly, so my case on the knee could not be listened to. But when you go into that, you'll find that the borrowing was not, there was need for a railway. There was need for a railway. And the World Bank and other people, economists, and even the Kenya Railway had said, we need a faster movement of trains. We have the meter gauge railway. We can dual it so that the trains can pass each other, expand, give it a more better gradient and increase the speeds and whatever. And there are countries which run the meter gauge railway. The meter gauge railway and the standard gauge railway are almost the same type. The difference is just the width of the tracks. One is wider and allows slightly heavier trains. So they said you don't need to acquire land, you don't need whatever, just you need to do two rails running parallel to each other. But they refused. They came up with lofty ideas saying they're going to do an electric train, to do whatever, very lofty things that came up. Then they ended up doing, we are paying close to 1 trillion shillings for that thing if you look at what has been paid. They ended up doing a rail that has got refurbished wagons and engines. And when you got the contract, there's a contract for research and development of locomotives for Kenya Standard Gauge Railway. And we paid 5 million Kenya shillings for that research. But the fellows went and brought, what did they bring? They brought refurbished wagons from China. So the R&D, you look at that. So in the same contract, you'll see that there was a contract for engineering oversight and whatever, which they gave to a section of the company to do, to oversight the same company, at 47 million USD. That's a whooping amount of money. So these people do these projects not for your interest. Your problems give them an opportunity to steal. And that's why the moral question comes in, that we must engage with this thing as a moral issue and deal with it. Why do we need an infrastructure fund? We don't need it. But it's an attempt to keep money away from the consolidated fund. Because the consolidated fund says the only way you can get money from the consolidated fund, if at all the law is to work, is by Parliament appropriating it or putting it in the budget, and the control of budget approving it. Now, that kind of theft is becoming more and more difficult. So they want a slush fund. It's not just this fund. When the COVID was on, when the COVID was going on and everybody was worried and the people were fundraising for the COVID fund, I got a shock of my life. I saw something happen. The DPP contributed 900 million shillings. That's about 1 billion shillings. So I said, how is that? I looked at the budget of the DPP and what I said, how is that possible? So I began inquiring, where did this money come from? Then I learned that there's something called a prosecution fund in the office of the DPP, where the DPP can get money and donations and do whatever and for purpose of prosecution. So when I followed further, I saw the fund had a lot of money. The fund is not audited, the fund is not whatever, it's controlled by the DPP. And what shocked me most was the kind of money that banks had put there. So I followed, why was this bank putting money here? Then I asked another scandal. You remember the NYS scandal? And the money being carried out in cash and whatever. That money was facilitated by certain banks. The central bank got wind of it when the newspapers covered it. The central bank cracked the whip, investigated. It found there had been heavy money laundering. Money had been taken through the budget and padded onto the budget for the NYS. So that budget for the NYS, now how were you to carry that money away from that budget? Remember, it was a lot of money, but the NYS never collapsed. It was money that was not supposed to be spent by the NYS. So they came out with schemes to carry that money away. And banks were enlisted to do it. So when that happened, the central bank got in and they were able to isolate the banks which had been complicit, fined them for civil offenses, and handed the file over to the DCI, saying, can you investigate the criminal component of this case? The DCI investigated. He found the banks were culpable. And he opened charges. He sent the file to the DPP with recommendation that these banks should be charged for criminal offenses in Kenya. The DPP, there's a document called the decision to charge, which was developed by the DPP. The decision to charge says that the police who investigate the crime and whatever cannot charge you. They go to the DPP for the DPP to decide whether you are charged or not. In the old order, the police would investigate and either acquit you or they investigate and go charge you before a magistrate. And the magistrate could look at the charges, and the magistrate could also even dismiss them as frivolous. But if he felt that the charges merited, then you'd be taken to court to take a plea. And if you plead guilty, there's no prosecution. You are sentenced. But if you plead not guilty, then a prosecution begins at that point. And that's the point where the DPP should now enter that prosecution, get hold of the file, review the file, and if he needs any further investigation, we can ask the police to investigate. If the file is frivolous, he can simply dismiss the charges. So, now the decision to charge makes the DPP the gatekeeper of what offenses reach court. And because of that, when these banks came to him, they negotiated. And they agreed on some money to be paid. And the DPP took the money and released the banks to go scot-free. And you have seen people complaining about the DPP becoming a clearing house for criminals. So that particular snatching of power from the DCI, the power to charge, and investing it in the DPP, for the DPP to operate outside court. There's even the plea bargains that are doing plea bargains without charges being opened against anybody. There's no court supervision over that kind of process. And so you find we have got a lot of funds that are popping up that serve no purpose and that are illegitimate. And if you look at Article 206, I think it's clause A, it says, except money that has been reasonably excluded by Parliament to be paid into a public fund established for a specific purpose. There is a reasonableness in that provision. Parliament cannot just wake up and say we are excluding this money from the consolidated fund. The exclusion must be reasonable and it must be for a specific purpose. Look at the railway development fund that everybody is paying. It's basically a customs duty that is being paid by everybody today. Initially, they said it was for construction of the SGR. It came through a Finance Act, sneaked through SGR. Then, after the construction, they expanded it that for construction and operation. The question is, when the feasibility study for the SGR was done, it was shown that that company was viable. The railway was viable, it would be self-sustaining. Why should the taxpayer again be paying for running the SGR? It's not reasonable. So a specific purpose, the purpose must be limited, quantifiable, not open-ended, and cannot just be a manipulation or something amorphous. The infrastructure fund has got no specific purpose. It's not purposes. The infrastructure fund is about so many purposes. It's not even reasonable to take money from the consolidated fund, keep it outside the budgeting process, and say you are going to do what? This. So this is a further way of reinforcing the imperial presidency, making sure money is controlled by the president and not by the people through the elected representatives. So that would be my answers to those questions.
There's a quick final comment right there.
Yes, Professor.
Go ahead.
First of all, I really want to congratulate you for a very riveting account. Actually, I was waiting for us to kind of give you an overview. What is it called when people stand? Yes, and I was wanting to stand, but I didn't see others standing, and so I said. But really, very riveting and a depressing account in terms of the pilferage that has occurred in our country, continues to occur in the country all these years, but very enlightening. And I really hope that this will be a paper that is published for people beyond us to read and to appreciate where we are at. I like the fact of what you said about every handshake spikes debt. And of course, the principal handshaker may benefit a lot from the proceeds of some of that debt, odious debt. But there are also subsidiary handshakers, and sometimes they are not visible. When there is an alliance, it's not just the principal handshaker who partakes of some of this debt. So I think one would have to perhaps go deeper to identify those other subsidiary handshakers, because it's therefore a network, a very complex network. The other thing also that I picked, and there are very many things to pick from what you said, is if most of the money that government raises as revenue goes into paying debt, then it means that there's very little left for development. And so even as government tries to say that they're doing development here and there, it is financially not possible. And that is one thing that people don't grasp, that therefore, when development is promised, it is, to use a word you used and was used by the Chief Justice at that time, hot air. And if government cannot provide services, then it will provide brutality. When people demand for services, and therefore one can understand the Gen Z, when the Gen Z are at their uprising 2024, 2025, one can understand why the answer was, brutality and so on. And you, in the petition that you have before the courts, IMF is one of the people that you have cited. They have said that they cannot, you cannot proceed against them in a Kenyan court because of the whatever and so on. How do you navigate around that? And all these other people who are part of giving debt when perhaps they should know better. And then therefore, finally, your account, as I said earlier, has really shown us that there is mess, real mess. So in the people who are trying to seek office currently, who do you think can sort out this mess?
Over to you.
Professor, thank you for your remarks. And you are one person in whose footsteps we follow. When we were growing up, we admired the positions you took on issues, the clarity with which you distinguished between cash and conviction, and the fact that the lines between the two cannot be blurred. That's one thing that inspired some of us to do what we are doing. So it's good, and I'm honored that you are in this audience. So the question is, how do you navigate around these people who give us debt, and yet they may claim not to be subject to the jurisdiction of this country? Now, first of all, we were fighting that issue in court. They have initially came, they said they had that immunity. I protested and said they need to bring an application properly arguing the immunity they have. And indeed, when you look at the treaty that was signed, I think 1964, thereabouts, when Kenya formally joined the Bretton Woods institutions, it grants them, it is really a lopsided treaty. It grants them immunity from prosecution locally unless they waive that immunity. So they're basically at the level of the state. And I've also looked around the world to see how prosecutions have gone. I noticed there was a prosecution in the US which went up to the Supreme Court by a group of farmers from India against the World Bank and its International Finance Corporation for having financed the development of a dam that totally destroyed their livelihoods. They lived downstream and they depended on the river, but the dam now dammed the water. They were suffering droughts and what have you. And the Supreme Court of the US was able to overrule the immunity of the World Bank, of the IFC, and said they were answerable for that kind of action. Now, when you come to Kenya, I've been looking at it, and without arguing my case here, I look at Article 2, Clause 6 of the Constitution, which says that any treaty ratified by Kenya forms part of the laws of Kenya under this Constitution. I'm underlining the words under this Constitution. The treaty does not expand the Constitution. The treaty is subservient to the Constitution. So the question now comes, is that treaty still valid in Kenya? Can the executive, through treaty-making power, achieve that which the Constitution forbids? And I think Professor knows that very well because it was an issue that came up with, has been worked on in the US, and there have got a lot of authorities on that, and whereby I think the verdict by the Supreme Court of the US is that the treaty-making power of the United States government does not override the Constitution because the government is a creature of that Constitution. So we want to look at that and see what the courts will say in regards to the question of the IMF. And these are among the issues I'm asking that we be given. These are among the issues that I raised, and we were given a bench to look at this issue, to determine whether that treaty is what the paper it was written on, given Kenya's constitution dispensation. Number two, we have got Section 7 of the 6th schedule to the Constitution. Part 1 of that section requires that any law that was in force before the Constitution was made in 2010 continues in force, but must be adopted and modified or massaged to conform with the current Constitution. So, those are the things we want to throw to the courts, and then they render their verdict. Because my argument is that the immunity is not impunity. The immunity, I think, if it was given by the law, is only available when you're obeying that law. You cannot disregard that law in other matters and then claim the defense of the same law when your disregard for that law is questioned. So, Professor, that's proceeding with that. Maybe I'll have to consult you for better submission, and my friend here, Wakili. Then, number 3, who can sort out this mess? That's a question that should have been asked yesterday, not today. It's very important, because at the end of the day, politics is how things are done. You look down at politics at your own peril. As Plato said, if you don't participate in politics, you'll be ruled by people worse than yourself. So, one of the things that has come out so far, we have not seen blueprints, but we have seen people on the rooftops. And the slogan that has gained traction is Ruto must go. Some of us, our slogan, which is loading, is that Ruto and the system must go. Not just Ruto must go. Ruto and the system must go. Most of the people who are trying to get rid of Ruto now are part of the system. And I've always used this analogy. Kenya is like a big prison where periodically we hold elections as prisoners to elect who the chief warden will be. The wardens are there. And then these chief wardens will come offering us pittance, dangling small things. They say, if you make me the chief warden, I will allow you more time in the sun. I'll fumigate your rooms more often. I'll try to get you new linen. I'll improve your food rations. But nobody says, I will break the prison. Because the wardens require the prison to be relevant. And so the fight for who becomes the chief warden can be very vicious. But once they realize the fight is turning or moving into a jailbreak, the fight is broken, handshakes are exchanged, they accept the dominant one who has taken power, and they say, let us circle our wagons and make sure the prison remains intact. And that plays on, and that's why it was not very difficult for Raila to have a handshake with Ruto after so many people had died, or with Kibaki, or with Uhuru, because they are the same wardens fighting for dominance among wardens over the prison. Some of us are fighting for a jailbreak. We want a jailbreak. We don't buy the notion of liberation, whereby, look at the slave trade, they declared slavery is over, you are told you can go, you are now free, then you go and celebrate in the public square, you get very tired in the evening, you don't know where to go, you go back to the slave master and say, can I spend a few nights here as I prepare where to go? That's what liberation does. What we are fighting for is emancipation, a total restoration of us as a people with a country we own under the rule of the law, with common destination. The destination that was so articulately captured in our national anthem. That's where I personally think we should go. So in answer of Professor's question, let us wait for the blueprints. But so far I've seen Ruto throw the challenge and say, you guys have no agenda. And there is no comeback. That is our agenda. And you have now seen where it has shifted to. Name calling, cat calls. So the pigs are not fighting in the mud. They get dirty, but they like it. So some of us who are not pigs, when you go into that fight, you'll get dirty and you'll not like it. So let the pigs fight, but we must come up as a people with a coherent agenda, and the agenda must be total implementation of the Constitution. Not somebody telling you I've spent sleepless nights and I've imagined a Kenya which you can't see until you wear microscopes. We don't want that. We just want simple implementation. Chapter 1, what does it call to implement chapter 1? When we say, we the people, we should ask, who are the people? Is it any Kenyan who is we the people? Then you go back to the preamble and say, we the people, we have given ourselves the Constitution. We the people are delegating power. We the people are, okay, if we are we the people doing all that, then you go and look at Article 255 on changing the Constitution, 256, 257. You are told certain things can only be changed through a referendum. If you go through Parliament, how did parliamentarians get there? If you go through the popular initiative, the referendum, how does it get there? Then you realize that the people are the voters. We the voters give ourselves this Constitution. It came through a referendum. We the voters delegate power. We vote for MPs. They choose judges, the president. We vote for the president. We the people go to a referendum. We can change the Constitution through a parliamentary process or a popular process where you require 1 million voters. So then we come from that Constitution and say, okay, you need to be a registered voter. How do we make every Kenyan part of the people? Then we look at the question, how do we register voters in this country? Then you go again to chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6, chapter 7, on, and implement this Constitution by breathing life into it. So that for me is the solution we have. We must get to a place where we get this Constitution implemented. And the implementation will not just be done by us waiting for the right leadership. It's by us doing what our brother asked. What did you do to stop something bad from happening? Not just complaining about that bad thing happening. And as I conclude, I'm also in the presidential race. My committee is still moving around. We have done 36 counties. They are remaining with 11. If the body comes that I can run, then I hope I'll come out with an agenda and answer Professor's question and say, I'm the guy. But I'm not yet there. But I hope to do that immediately after Easter, make a verdict whether I'm running or not, because we must set an agenda. Beyond Ruto must go, we must convert that slogan to Ruto and the system must go. Because a new Ruto must be worse than the current Ruto. We must never have an emperor ruling this country. We must have a president. And that means we must implement the Constitution. We must take the public purse, the public money away from the control of an individual and invest it in an institution, in an independent treasury, whose keys can only be unlocked by the budget and the control of budget. Thank you very much.
A standing ovation, come on. Let's appreciate Honorable Senator. Thank you so much. Kofi tafadhali. We celebrate your center, Sami. Thank you for your insights. Many thanks, many thanks. All right. Asanteni sana. We'll now go for our break. It's 30 minutes past 11. Let's be here back at 12 sharp to kick off. Angela Wengeshi, please be on standby with your panel. Your panelists will kick off at exactly 12 p.m. Thank you so much indeed.
through promoting knowledge and understanding of Kenya's constitution and constitutionalism, and defending and facilitating implementation of the 2010 Constitution. It works on diverse areas of the Constitution including human rights, leadership and integrity, devolution, environmental justice, elections and protection of human rights defenders against illegality and harassment by the police. The institute was founded in April 2011 by Professor Yashpal Gai, Jill Cottrell Gai, and Waikwa Wanyoike. We believe that if a culture of constitutionalism is developed and sustained, the social, political and economic gains promised under the 2010 Constitution will be realized. Katiba Institute advances a holistic approach including civic engagement, advocacy, capacity building, law reform and partnerships. We conduct research to build knowledge and understanding of the Constitution and various constitutional provisions, and provide solutions to social problems in Kenya and the region.
We're really excited to have this conversation over the next 2 days and to engage on these really crucial issues with you and with our partners.
Today, Katiba Institute, together with partners TISA, NDI, ANCL, we are hosting a symposium on constitutionalism, public debt, and term limits. And it's a 2-day event where we are going to explore the current status of constitutionalism, the current status of public debt, and of course the trend of constitutional term limits in Africa.
Across the continent, we know that term limits have become one of the most contested features of constitutional design, sitting at the heart of our fundamental democratic question, which is how do we acquire power, how do we exercise it, and how is it relinquished?
Now, what underlies that principle, constitutional principle, is a very simple rule.
That 2-day event where
that we should not burden future generations with our present-day consumption needs.
Of course,
so if I'm paying for electricity, I'm paying for food, I'm paying for fuel, I don't want my kids to pay
for term limits.
But if
have become one of the most contested features of constitutional design,
or a major infrastructure project,
it's
only fair, since we are all going to use this intergenerationally, that we share in the repayment. Now, what underlies that principle, constitutional principle?
So increasingly, what we also see is that the bilateral debt is the most
that we should
because
not
how is bilateral debt
future generations?
It's a bunch of people from the Treasury and Ministry of Finance sitting down and meeting their counterparts the other side, and that's done. The deal is actually done, you know? So they tend to be extremely opaque.
We need to have a culture of continuous engagement between the people in terms of popular sovereignty and their executive leader.
Payment. Now, what underlies that
liberation, we need a jailbreak. What? Break the prison. Our problems are giving our leaders an opportunity to steal. What do we do? Of an imperial presidency. Well, welcome back. Karibuni sana. Would kindly request that we've got two pillars here. Come to the front. Come to the front. Come. Come. Yeah. Come. Eagle's vision. Welcome. Welcome. Angela, we are ready for you because of time. So once you kick off, 25 minutes and 15 minutes for questions from the audience. So ladies and gentlemen, executive power and public debt accountability. A big round of applause for Angela Wangeshi, who is the moderator. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Please welcome. We'll have 25 minutes for you to engage the panelists and 15 minutes for questions from the audience. It's 4 minutes past 12. We want to make sure that we go for, well, unfortunately, please don't mind, we'll go for a late lunch. We'll try to make sure that we're not there at 2 p.m. All right, makofi tafadhali. Wangeshi, take it away. 25 minutes starts once you start talking. Go ahead.
Thank you very, very much. And I want to appreciate our keynote speaker for the day for setting the pace, because he's made this conversation very clear and very simple for each one of us. He's also provoked us to think about so many things, and that makes our work as a panel to be a bit very easy. And so I want to welcome my panelists. I'll start with Professor Kivuza Kibwana. Karibu sana. And then we have Mr. Alexander Reithi. We have Mr. Eric Kinaga. And we have Chris Owala. And we have Mr. Dennis Omondi. Please take your seats, and definitely the public debt. So Eric, maybe you could speak to that and speak to how that budget, the budget process, so we budget very well, but in between the financial year, we see changes. So what happens and how do we now link it to the conversation we are having around debt, democracy, and sovereignty?
Thank you. Thank you, Angela, for having us on the panel. Glad to be here. I agree with you and other speakers that Honorable Okia has really set the standard, and really all the conversations that took place yesterday, I was privileged to be part of those conversations, and it's been an insightful time of learning. I think in terms of, in answering your question, Angela, looking at the optimism that we see with fiscal plans, supplementary budgets, raising of the debt service, our view as Budgeting Hub is really that we are looking at a twin problem of poor planning, but also a much bigger problem of the structural issue of executive discretion. And I think Honorable Okia has spoken a lot about that. Structural in the sense that we are dealing with a system that appears very deliberately as being set up to undermine the idea of budget credibility as we know it. In the writing, or rather the spirit of our constitution is that supplementary budgets should not be the norm, they should be the exception. I think one of the things we've noticed and observed over the last couple of years is that supplementary budgets are in fact the norm, and have been used by the executive owing to their limited transparency, the lack of details, close to a non-existent level of public participation and visibility by citizens. And this discretion by the executive is continuing to shape priorities. So the last couple of years have showed us, for instance, if you truly want to know where government is going, don't look at the budget making process, really look at the supplementary budget, and you will have a clear view of what the intention is. And the view really as a result of this is that this is a whole of system challenge and failure, really. There are a lot of actors. I think Honorable Lokia again has really delved into that. The challenges with the National Treasury, the question of oversight by Parliament, the oversight institutions and what is a part they can play. And I think we must not forget the very critical place that civil society actors and non-state actors really play in this whole accountability chain, which is to continue to pile that pressure on the things that must get to the fore of our national discourse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. And like he's mentioned, so probably now we should be focusing more on supplementary budgets to understand the priorities of our government. And so next to you is Mr. Chris. So I want to just speak to you because our keynote mentioned about when the government is not able to provide services, it provides something else. And I think we have been seeing that. Of course, probably it was intense in 2024 and a bit of 2025. But what does that mean? And how does that speak to the legitimacy of this government? Is it looking at the people? And is it that the people are not doing enough? Or is it that some strings are being pulled to make them not seek for this accountability?
Thanks a lot, Angela and distinguished delegate. I think the question you have raised is critical because looking at where we are, I think we are in a crisis. It's not looming any further. We have it out there in the street. If you look at recent data indicate that the government spent close to 8 trillion in paying debt, which means a figure of and above road, health, and education put together. That tells you that inequality gap is widening. And what does it mean? It means that the poor are going to be poor, and that is the rich are going to continue ruling the poor, and the poor are going to miss the critical services. And if you look at what happened in the ENZ, it's an indication that social contracts has collapsed. The citizens no longer believe in this government, they no longer believe in the institutions, and therefore citizens are on their own, and therefore need a revolution, which is people-driven. And I could associate it to, I think citizens need to do formations to be able to put leaders to account, and leadership at all levels. Because if you look at, I was speaking to Professor Kibwana at lunchtime, at tea time rather, and we were just looking at what used to happen during NCC movement. And I tend to think citizens need to start building conventions at the constituency levels, bringing it back to the national convention to define what is our national interest. Because I think as a nation, we have never put the question and define and unpack what is our national interest. And if you answer that, then we'll be able to liberate this country, because where we are at today, I think most of us have taken a backseat, and we are not participating in how the government is run. Government is run by cartel. Citizens are walalahoi. They have refused to be walalahai. So to me, that's my submission up to that extent. Thank you.
And that's very interesting. I don't know what that makes people in the room and those who are following us online feel. And do we even understand what these national interests are? And when we are going to the streets, when we are doing whatever we are doing, what is it that we are pushing for? Do we have that concrete agenda that we want to run, but probably as we get to the plenary, we'll get to unpack that. But you've mentioned about cartels. And so I want to go to Mr. Dennis Omondi, because I remember some time back, NDI did a report on the political economic analysis, and it spoke to, alluded to that cartel conversation. So I want you to tie the cartel conversation to the findings of that report, and also because our speaker today kept mentioning about the parliament and what we should turn it into. So I want you to tie those two and unpack what is that cartel and how do we now come out of that.
Thank you.
And relate it to also the issue of public debt and the politics.
Thank you. You make others think that I'm the chief cartel. So I am not. But I think that's very important. So what Angela is talking about are two publications that NDI did. The first one is the political economy analysis of public debt. And we did this from 2010, analysis from 2010 to 2023. My colleague Benedictus, a shout out to her, led this programming, and quite a piece of document. What Umtata referenced it several times, so you might also want to really look at what it is. And of course, then the role of Parliament in public debt oversight is also another publication, and I'm sure Benedictus can make it available to Katiba Institute. Now, big issues that those publications bring out that are very important in terms of the conversation with the cartelistic engagement in public debt. One is that there is a lot of correlation between political power and debt acquisition and utilization. So that's very critical. The next one, and I think you heard Umtata actually talk about that very deeply. The second one is the nexus between debt acquisition and electoral cycles. So whenever there are elections close by, you'll see debt acquisition increasing, and I think that is also very critical. And the third one, of course, there are 7 findings when you read it, but the third one, which is very related, is the whole conversation of the role of Parliament in oversight of public debt. And that then takes me to what Omtata was saying in terms of separation of powers, but more importantly, in terms of independence of institutions, more particularly Parliament and Treasury. And you know, because Treasury is an extension of the executive as it's currently. So it actually does the bidding for the executive. And yesterday, those who are here, I gave an example which I want to repeat here. The Constitution provides the mandate of setting inflation targets to CBK. The practice is that the National Treasury writes to CBK telling them about the inflation targets. We also have an independent institution, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, who gives us inflation every time they give us inflation statistics. If you now look at those parameters, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, I think 8 months running, has given us an inflation of 4% and below. The National Treasury writes to the CBK that our inflation target should be 5 plus or minus 2.5%. The net effect is that our target will generally be 7.5%. Now, why is this important? If you look at our budget system, and I'm hopeful that we are actually able to correlate the issues that we are discussing here, our budgeting system goes like, it is last year's budget plus inflation. And so when an inflation target is put at 7.5% and not the actual inflation, our budgets generally increase at rates that allows for this type of, uncontrolled expenditure. So I think that's one. The independence of Treasury, and I add the independence of the Debt Management Office, are critical institutions that we need to look at when we are talking about the management of our public debt. And that then should actually have their way in terms of Parliamentary Budget Office. So that connectedness between these institutions is actually very critical in terms of creating independence, oversight, and then allowing then the National Assembly not to be stooges, or perhaps what Senator asked in terms of lying down to the executive. I know that we have also had statistics here which I needed to correct, because every time we talk about debt service, in my opinion, I feel that many people misconstrue it with the debt repayment. So if you talk about interest rate payment on debt, that's when we do about this 40 to 50% people are talking about. But in years when we're actually doing debt service, which means there's also principals that are falling due, we go up to 70 to 80% of our revenues. And so I think that should be very clear, because I think people feel like every time we have like more than 50% to spend on services, but there are years when the principal amount is due that we hardly have like 30% to really spend on delivery of public goods and services. And that essentially then means repression is the only way, because then government is outstretched beyond this. And so I pose it again, and I think it's a reflection for Kenyans. I personally believe that Kenyans need to drive their government to a situation where we reach a forced government, whether in law or whatever it is, that whether it is the first year of leadership, do a balanced budget. Don't take any debt. Just revenue, expenditure. Let it balance. Now, what that will do to the economy is that when government is not competing for resources with the private sector, it will activate the economy, because there will be revenue available, particularly domestically from banks, available for private enterprises. The cost of borrowing then will reduce because supply of resources of funds is higher, and that then will create a momentum within the economy. And essentially means that the taxes will increase because government is able to collect more taxes in an economy that is performing. And this is not a story. I think this was done by Kibaki in 2003. So these are things that can be possible. By the way, I know sometimes it sounds like a fad. In 2004, our government had a surplus of $1 billion. We had a surplus. Kibuthia, if you can remember. We had a surplus. And because the economy was stimulated, it generated more than people could actually project. And that, for me, is what I think we need to do. And, of course, we can have more conversation. Abuse of executive power, and for me, the subjugation of parliamentary authority will remain a nightmare for our public finance. And so it's something that needs our immediate attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis. So I know we are not doing very well in time, but I'll allow my two other panelists to speak. I know Dennis has started off with what we can do. And so to you, Alex, I know that Okwa Uchumi recently did the People's Audit, and it has some very good recommendations on what can be done. Maybe just to highlight a few, because we've seen, recommendations from OAG, from, that office, very good recommendations, no follow-up. So maybe you can give us some immediate reforms or some things that can be done to just improve on this accountability on public debt and budgeting and management of public resources that we are trying to achieve.
Thank you, Angela. I'll just go straight to responding to your question. One of the greatest challenges that we identified in the People's Audit, and I think members present here were given a copy, is the misuse of Article 223 of the Constitution. For context, Article 223 of the Constitution provides that it's possible for government to spend money that is not appropriated, and then appropriation happens thereafter. But what that particular article envisaged was a situation where you have an emergency that has arisen against which there are no funds that are provided. And therefore, the architects of the Constitution provided a way out of sorting out such problems. But what we've seen over time is this particular article is being used to even shift government priorities that we contribute to through the 10 months period that we prepare the budget. So we have occurrences where we have rapid increases in even recurrent expenditure. I think recently you saw what happened with the budget set aside for high offices. These expenditures are normally approved at Article 223, which is a blatant misuse of Article 223. But what needs to happen immediately is to have some guardrails, have a policy or an act of parliament that provides the metrics of what qualifies to be approved at Article 223. This will also align with budget credibility from formulation, from forecasting of revenue, because that is where we go wrong. And I think Eric had elucidated on this, where the initial budget is normally off target in all forms. So that now makes it necessary for us to have very many supplementary budgets. In terms of data accountability and follow-up of audit resolutions by the Auditor General, these are issues that we also need to look at as Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy that I know our participants have received a copy, so they can keep, reading for the rest. But to you, Professor Kivutha, I know the Constitution, you understand it in out. We have seen new innovations. We are seeing like securitization, we are seeing infrastructure funds and all that. Are there any constitutional loopholes that are allowing, giving way? I remember yesterday we said our constitution is okay, we need to implement it. So what are these loopholes that are getting us into these situations or allowing executive to dominate over this accountability?
Thank you very much. I think in terms of what Omtata was able to share with us, it was clear that the Constitution alone has got, provisions and subsidiary law, provisions which by and large will restrain the executive and any other organ of government from misusing public debt. So a lot of what happens from what he told us and also from what we know is particularly the executive is bypassing the Constitution and the law. Of course, he did pinpoint some provisions like Section 57 of the Public Finance Management Act and so on, which can be revisited. But by and large, our chapter on public finance, if religiously followed, can actually help us to control public debt. But I wanted to say that our citizens and even the political class focus on what do we do from tax revenue. Even at the grassroots, you will hear people saying that the government is not spending our taxes, our revenue properly, and that's why we are not getting services. This debate about debt has not percolated to the citizenry, so that they realize that there is money borrowed on their behalf, which they also need to enter into a debate about how it is spent. And I think what we are doing here is important to now shift the debate and to tell citizenry, ordinary citizens, that there's so much money borrowed on your behalf, and it is actually misused. I wish it was possible to hold any executive that comes into place to what you borrowed, like the 5 years. You need to be responsible for, you borrow what you can use during those 5 years, so that you don't borrow for a very long time, because the budgets, ask you to do projects in 1 year. Of course, some projects must be done, several years. And the time is, there's a problem with the time. So I wish that, there was that strict accountability, so that during your term, that you should not overreach yourself in terms of budgets. It was pointed out that the supplementary budgets are like the main budgets, so that the real budget is like just political expression, but it is now in the supplementaries where the executive will say, this is what will be done, and if there is real participatory budgeting, this again can help us. Up to now, the Public Participation Act has not been finalized by Parliament, I believe, and so that creates problems. And finally, let me just say Article 43 on socioeconomic rights cannot be implemented if the public, whatever we borrow is not targeted for socioeconomic, economic and sociocultural rights. That's where the focus should be. And even when national government, borrows, it should also be clear that some of the monies will go to the counties in terms of conditional grants for development. So that's not just the national government doing, development alone. And finally, the counties have not been facilitated to borrow because the national government must guarantee. The national government, doesn't do that. And of course, there would be good ways of making sure that when they borrow also, they don't behave like the national government. And the point Omtata made about they borrow for purposes of paying salaries, that is not also proper, because that's recurrent expenditure. And so there's a lot to be done in this area to really sensitize Kenyans that this is the huge thing which will, make us or break us. 1300. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists. And Now we go back to the audience so that we take any question.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My question goes to the second panelist. Yes. You stated that there should be conventions at the constituency levels that gets to the national, where the citizens can really develop and stabilize the national values. We have 1,450 wards across the country. My question is, how can we be able to drive an initiative that this convention at the ward level, all right, that is people-driven, people-owned, that will allow even people to start discussing issues that are concerns to them at the community level. So how can we go about doing that?
Hello. I'm opening my question to the panelists because we are here talking about the public debt. How the money recovered, how will it help universities and the schools? Because we are having issues with the learners not getting fundings through help. They also have accumulated loans from these learners. And even teachers are out there striking. We are having schools that don't have enough funds. So how is this money that you're going or you're intending to get going back to the academic sector?
Thank you. My name is Collins. My first one goes to Professor. We have multiple laws on the debt deficit, one of it being the 55% GDP benchmark. But we've breached it time and again. It was at 10 trillion. We pushed it to 55% of the GDP. But based on the BPS, we are currently at 68%. So do we budget knowing that we are breaking the law? That is my question to Prof. To Dennis on the far end. I was fortunate enough to be part of the team that made submissions to the Budget Appropriations Committee on the BPS. And there was one interesting thing that you probably quoted the chair at Andy on the balanced budget. His definition, though, is very different. He said Kenya is operating on a balanced budget on the fact that we are only borrowing to debt. That was his definition of balanced budget. So we are borrowing debt that does not benefit the common mwananchi. Another question to Eric now, the last one, is we've seen a rise in public debt but no translation to social service delivery. Is it time that we go for the off-balance borrowing as we are seeing with PPPs to meet the social sector borrowing, or how do we go about it?
Final question. Dear panelists, you'll have 10 minutes to respond to all the questions. Go ahead.
Mwamburi Benjamin from Zalendo Trust. So we almost have some sort of acquiescence that we budget for corruption. My concern is on supplementary budgets. There is clearly defined public participation process in the budget making cycle, but we rarely have clearly defined public participation in our in the making of supplementary budgets, especially with the lack of statutory framework. So one, how can we make sure that that is clearly defined, especially with the lack of framework? And how can we also hold our parliamentarians to account when they don't take our input into consideration even after submissions have been made to the relevant committees?
Thank you. Yeah, that's all we'll take. So I'd let my panelists respond. Maybe, Alex, now that you have the mic, you can, I didn't hear any question directed to, so I will assign you one on the last question about the supplementary budget, and then the rest of the panelists can answer the questions directed to them.
Okay, thank you. The supplementary budget is not any different process from what is required for public participation, because the requirement for public participation is provided for under Article 10 and Article 201, among other articles, I think, or 117 or 118. And the PFM Act, Section 35, provides for public participation. So essentially, this is something that should happen for both supplementary and the annual budget. You will find that I think Senate made a resolution that county governments will be expected to conduct public participation on supplementary budgets. In my view, this is something that can also be done for the national budget by the National Assembly to ensure that we enforce public participation in both the annual budget and the supplementary budget.
Eric?
Yeah, thanks. There's a question directed to me around the rise of public debt and the attendant social costs have not been forthcoming. There's a recent research that Budgeti released early this year around the social cost for public debt, and one of the things that came out in that report significantly was that as debt has the concentration of power has an influence on the level of fiscal discipline in public resources, and about 44% of the loans that were procured in the fiscal year 2024-2025 by government actually went to repaying recurrent costs. And so I think that's a significant issue, and that's an admission by the National Treasury. We've not seen any efforts or action being taken on the CS Treasury on account of those revelations. But I think to answer the question, should we continue with off-budget borrowing? The answer is no. Why? Because we've seen that this is an attempt to get into the space of opacity, which reduces scrutiny by both Parliament and also by citizens. And I think there's a lot of work that we need to do, both in this room and actors who love this country, just to be able to remind those who are in office about the tenets that they ascribe to. And there are ways that we can do this. One of them is conversations like this that must continue to be held, both in spaces like this and even in spaces where we do not need to speak the way we are speaking. Is there a language we can use to be able to reach ordinary citizens, to be able to understand just how important this issue is and why their intervention as an individual is needful? I think there's one of the bigger tools there around that's been used quite a bit is strategic litigation. Do we need to go to court around some of these things? And we've seen, we've seen attempts at trying to improve this in the recent past. I think there's a lot I could say around that. We are in a place where, even as we talk about the new models we are seeing, and public debt has to be understood within the broader context of budget financing. Really, there are many other aspects of budget financing. But what we've seen really is that when government brings in new taxes and it cannot justify, and there's pressure, we've seen government moving towards private leaning. We've seen the rise of public-private partnership. Does that mean that we don't take the noise there? We need to take the noise there. We need to take the noise to securitization. All these new models of budget financing, we are seeing securitization, special funds, and we currently have about 75 funds in Kenya. Besides the National Infrastructure Fund that was recently established. And there's a conversation earlier about why we need the National Infrastructure Fund when we have the Consolidated Fund. The true reason behind this, or motive really, is to be in a place of operating in shadows. And I think we have a moral obligation as the citizens and those who live in this country to take our government back to the path that was established in the framers of our Constitution, which is a place of accountability. So even as we continue to pursue innovative approaches, as we have seen in the recent past on budget financing, as long as the intention is to reduce scrutiny, then they will still not work. Because I don't believe that in the current frame of things we are actually innovating. I think we are obscuring data from the larger populace. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela, and the delegate. Angela, allow me to talk about supplementary budget in a second. I think the supplementary budget is a critical thing that we have not been discussing it the way we are supposed to discuss it. I tend to think that Dr. Martin Olo, Professor Kibwana, and the University of Dista should help us to make these things, how supplementary budget is subverting the people's will in budget making process. This need a thorough research and need to be build a movement around it, because we speak about it, no one listen, so we must take it out and make it a fight. Getting back to the other question that I was asked, I think we must learn to organize around our pains. Every community has a pain, be it a ward, be it a sector. If you talk to student movement here, they have their pains. If you talk to teachers, they have their pains. If you talk to your ward, they have their pains they are struggling with. The organizing here, mobilizing, should happen around our pains. And that is the way how we can sustain them. And when we build movement around the pains, no one should pay you to organize. You will come out because you feel the pain. For people who go to the gym here, I was told the president saying that people don't go to the gym. Some of us don't go to the gym. When you go to the gym, you say there's a pain to gain. You have the pain, then you gain. So all Kenyans must learn to feel the pain so that they gain, which means we must organize. If there are farmers who are doing tea, and there's a problem with the tea, how do we organize under the tea and looking at how does the debt issues affecting the tea? If there are students that cannot, the new university model is affecting them, how are you looking at the money that is taken to individual pocket vis-a-vis the new model that is crippling the education? So to me, the organizing will be around our pains, so that those pains will be able to propel us to work and face the monster. That's the only way how we can slaughter the mongrel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Omondi, 1 minute, so that you leave 1 minute for Professor.
Thank you so much. Directed to the question he asked about the Treasury talking about balanced budget, and I think I want to take it to Senator Mchata's conversation around accountants in these places, where credit debit. So essentially, what we are doing as a country is that we are treating debt as a revenue. And when we treat debt as revenue, then the left balances the right. And so you say it's balanced. But that's not how it should be. In fact, it's a conflation of Article 214 and 209. 209 raises for us taxes. 214 specifically talks about debt. You know, but that then takes us really to the next point that I think is also necessary. Even our definition of public debt itself did not foresee the innovativeness of such a society. What do we, because our constitution did not foresee us taking overdrafts. Is an overdraft a public debt or it's not a debt? And I always try to sometimes imagine, what about the pending bills? Are pending bills public debt, or what are they? So I think in the whole conversation around the understanding of what really constitutes public debt and the holistic definition of it for the understanding, because in many instances, by the way, they are avoiding the inclusion of those things for reasons that are political, because that will actually create the ratios to go higher. And so let's also be very careful about the omissions that are very intentional by the Treasury and call them out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think the question about deficits, whether they're intentional, was already answered. And so what perhaps I could say, do we have budgeted corruption? I think John Githongo was discussing about the NYS, he was able to show that in a previous year, so much had been made available for NYS. Then a following year, there is a huge sum now budgeted for NYS. And that showed that NYS could not actually absorb the money, and that's why we heard later that some money was going through some bugs and so on. And just to finalize by giving an example of when I worked at the county in Makueni, apart from having a participatory way of making the budget, we also made sure that citizens followed the budget, its implementation, and they had committees which were able to follow each project, and you couldn't get paid if even the citizens, that committee didn't itself sign to say that you had satisfactorily completed the work. So I think it's not just a question of, and of course the technical people also signed, and the county administration. So I think the question is, how do you make the budget in a way that the public is very much part of it, and that public participation law has not come through from the national level? And how do you make sure that citizens follow the implementation itself so that they can say, yes, we now know what our money has done? I think that's all that one could say. And I don't know whether in future an administration will come which will say, we want to look at the budget, the debt that we have. Are we going to forgo 1 year of doing anything except paying salaries and even control the wage bill, and then begin to break the back of these debts that we have? Because if we are not careful, we will be announced as one country which has not been able to pay its debts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think a few takeaways is that supplementary budgets are a subversion of the will of the people. We have been challenged to organize around our pains, and we need to ensure that debt stops being treated as part of our revenue. And we have seen innovations that are being used to make it opaque and limit transparency and accountability. So I request that we appreciate our panelists as we close the conversation at that point.
Asante sana, makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much for the moderator, the panelists. But can we request that you stand so that we can take that memorable photo? Asante sana. One final panel discussion before lunch. We'll have a late lunch. But so that we are ready for it, everybody, let's just be upstanding. Let's just be upstanding. Simple, simple, just eyes on the screen, eyes on the screen, simple. Let's go, everybody, everybody. It's simple, simple. Let's go, let's go. Keep your blood flowing, even those taking, even the panelists. Come on, yeah. Yeah. There we go, yeah. Gotta be healthy. Let's go, everybody, let's go. Come on now. There we go.
I love it, guys.
There we go. Are you ready for this? Let's go. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Well done. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats. Asanteni sana. Wow. Final. So. Yesterday, we had the mention of Sankara, Thomas Sankara, and I thought, what did he say about public debt, Africa's debt? So I said, let me go find out. Now, this is what Thomas Sankara had to say about debt. I don't know whether that can work. Dr. Henry Paul will help us. It's in French, but you can read the subtitles. I would like this conference to clearly declare that we cannot pay the debt, not in a rebellious spirit, but just to avoid being assassinated individually. If Burkina Faso is the only one to refuse, I won't be at the next conference. On the other hand, with everybody's support, and when we are saying that we should not pay the debt, we are not refusing our responsibilities. We're not keeping our words. It's just that we don't have the same moral standards as others.
Monsieur le Président, faisons en sorte que nous mettions au point ce front uni d'Addis Abeba contre la dette. Faisons en sorte que ce soit à partir d'Addis Abeba que nous décidions.
Is that even a reality? Well, let's find out. Regional and continental responses to public debt accountability in Africa. A big round of applause once again for Dr. Henry Paul, our moderator. Because of time, you'll have 20 minutes to engage the panelists and 10 minutes for questions from the audience. All the best. Welcome. Take it away. 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Johnson. Obviously, this would not have begun any better than it already has. And for a start, one of the things that I wanted to highlight were two important issues. First, we've already discussed questions about a public debt and the role of constitutionalism in facilitating public debt accountability. However, I wanted us to focus on two perspectives when it comes to understanding public debt. One is looking at it from the demand side of the sovereign debt equation, and then we look at the supply side of the public debt equation. Now, when it comes to the demand side of the equation, the actors are basically states that undertake borrowing. When it comes to the supply side, we have the lenders. And in the African context, we have three main sources of borrowing, of lending. And those are the commercial lenders or the private lenders, which contribute the highest level of borrowing to Africa's debt. Then we have the multilateral lenders, which are the World Bank, IMF, and AFDB. And then lastly, we have bilateral lenders. Now, when we talk about public debt accountability and the role of constitutionalism in facilitating public debt accountability, one of the things you will realize is that constitutionalism is only effective with respect to the demand side of things. Insofar as disciplining state irresponsibility when it comes to borrowing is concerned. However, when it comes to the supply side, when we're talking about private lenders, bond holders, hedge funds, when you're talking about IMF and the World Bank, and we're talking about bilateral lenders such as China and Japan and the UK, the question then becomes, what is the normative framework applicable insofar as disciplining lending is concerned? Because irresponsibility when it comes to public debt is not only on the demand side, it's also on the supply side. And that's why questions about what can be done, what is the applicable normative framework, and what can be done individually as states, but importantly, as Sankara says, collectively, as sub-regions and regions are concerned, becomes crucial. Now, to join me in continuing this conversation, to be able to see what is the role of regional and continental bodies, as well as what can be done collectively to address the question of public debt accountability, are three panelists, very eminent persons. Join me in welcoming Dr. Harrison Mbori. Please, let's clap as they come. Dr. Mbori is the Associate Dean at Kabarak Law School. He is a scholar of international economic law. And also join me in welcoming Leonard Wanyama. Mr. Leonard Wanyama is the coordinator at the East African Tax and Governance Network. They do quite a bit of work around the issues of tax and public debt. And lastly, but importantly, join your hands in welcoming Catherine. Catherine Mithia is in charge of policy and research at AFRODAT. AFRODAT is the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. So these three are going to help me. I'd hoped we'd obviously get more time to be able to canvass the issues about regional and continental mechanisms that are targeted at facilitating public debt accountability. But given the limited time we have, we're going to have to sort of combine the questions together, but at the same time also see how we can be able to ensure that we do not compromise on the content that we actually had in mind. Now, obviously, when you're talking about regional and continental approaches or responses to the question of public data accountability, then we have in mind actors. Who are the stakeholders? Who exactly are we talking about when you're talking about regional and continental actors insofar as public data is concerned? I'll start with Leonard to be able to just shed some light on what comes to mind when you're thinking about regional actors. Who are they? Who are the stakeholders? And you can also include a response on what are their individual roles insofar as public data accountability is concerned and the frameworks they rely on in undertaking those roles.
Thank you.
Sorry, we have 15 minutes, so Leonard, ensure you don't go beyond 5 minutes.
All right.
Then each of us, I think, will have 5 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. So thank you. You know, from our experience at the East African Tax and Governance Network, where we work to champion tax justice for sustainable development, at the regional level, the magnum opus is the East African Treaty. That is the basis of regional harmonization here. And so, in terms of the goal of regional integration, all the national governments, all the parliaments, as regional bodies and whatnot, work towards that goal. So for instance, in this case, it's the East African Community and institutions such as IALA, East African Development Bank, and then others around that ecosystem of the World Bank and IMF become players in it. Now, because of time, I'd like to just single out East African parliaments and parliamentarians and the East African Legislative Assembly as a key component because they are the representatives of the people in their various levels. So at East Africa level and at the national level. And so they have to be the guardians of the purse strings. Now, if you look at it in terms of the interest of the citizen, the question of human rights-based approaches is the most important thing that activates the citizen, activates their representation in their various parliaments into speaking about debt accountability. It's the language that they best understand based on their political struggles and so forth. And so the use of that approach is kind of an intermediary of thought in terms of what would be the principles of taxation and overall public finance management vis-a-vis the constitutional principles. So human rights becomes that bridge, and it then informs how they would engage, for instance, the East African Development Bank and so forth. And they play at different levels. For taking from something that's happening right now, when you see the East African Development Bank behave the way they do with the Honorable Raphael Tuju, it might be a personal matter, but it is setting the stage for the day when we will not pay as a country, because we do have some loans from the East African Development Bank, and they understand our laws, and they will apply the same kind of thinking in terms of recouping whatever manner of debt. So that is very important, because we have to then take those principles in terms of how do we participate, how do we demand accountability, how do we demand inclusion, how do these banks ensure empowerment so that when you're taking these loans or you're applying taxes, that they actually translate into services. And how is it legitimate? People forget the first time institution was salimiwad online was actually the IMF during COVID, when Kristalina Georgieva had a very hard time online dealing with the questions of why they were loaning the government during COVID, and there was theft. And in closing, what you realize, and because this is a season of civic activation and alertness, I know the lawyers and accountants come from a position of there is some morality or standard, but for people like me, political scientists, we tend to offend when we say the origins of government are essentially banditry. Engaging with governments and the institutions that grow out of it, those are institutions that evolved out of banditry. And so we have to incentivize order by taking part and asking the hard questions over and over again, participating. Because taxation is essentially stationary banditry. You will grow fat and pay the government. unlike roving banditry, where you run out and steal everything. So from there, you have to incentivize order by taking part in processes, and it's at all levels, whether it's the East African Development Bank, the AU, the IMF. You have to have the civic voice that will kind of call that out. I had a lot more, but because of time, probably I'll sneak it in another way. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that response, and obviously highlighting the sub-regional mechanisms and approaches to addressing public data accountability. A critical player when it comes to regional initiatives with respect to public data accountability is civil society organizations. And a critical civil society organizations that have been a major player insofar as public data accountability campaigns are concerned is AfroDat. So I'll be interested to be able to, have you share what are the initiatives that you have adopted insofar as campaigning and, pulling support towards more transparency and accountability when it comes to public debt. But importantly, I would like you to highlight among the initiatives that you have actually engaged in, what are the practicalities of those initiatives? Are they just aspirational, or do they have real impact? And if there's been any impact, what impact has that been?
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Gishana. So yes, as you've mentioned, as a Pan-African civil society, what you've been trying to do is have collaborations, engagements at the continental and regional level, more so with the African Union at the continental level, but at the regional level through the regional economic communities. So at the continental level through the African Union, where they do provide through Agenda 2063 continental blueprint on Africa's sustainable development and transformation. What has recently happened, through the Agenda 2063, it was mostly a very broad approach to debt management. But as of 2025, they did have an African conference on debt. And one of the outcomes of that was an African debt monitoring mechanism, which we've been actively shaping and conceptualizing together with one of civil society organizations based in Addis. They're called the FEZ African Union Corporation. What the African debt monitoring mechanism intends to do as far as debt monitoring or debt accountability is to have this virtual platform where all African debt data is collated, and it's going to be used to sort of measure or to assess debt risks or debt distress for African countries before it gets to that level. So it's going to be a monitoring mechanism for all African countries. And the good thing about this, it relies on African data, which is going to be combined by African countries themselves, contributing to this platform, whereas currently we do rely mostly on our data analysis on IMF and the World Bank sort of analysis. So having this debt monitoring mechanism at the continental level, which we are currently shaping through, together with the African Union, is one of the initiatives that will sort of transform public accountability and management within the continent. At the regional level, we've been working with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, where we are working, or we did help in also building a model law, a public financial model law for the SADC region or SADC countries, where it is a model law for SADC countries to sort of adapt their national PFM laws to that model law. What the model law, it entails different chapters on public financial management, but on the debt chapters, it goes deeper into institutions, and what we've actually been discussing here, separation of powers, being executive or the legislature, and it actually goes deeper into the oversight roles for Parliament, especially on the parliamentary account committees. So what we've been doing currently is having capacity building and engagement, mostly at the SADC region, to have them adapt their laws to the national, to this model law. We've seen success in countries like Zimbabwe, and now we are working together with members of parliament in Lesotho and Namibia to sort of get that traction towards this model law. So I think within, for example, in the context of East African region, this is something that can be duplicated so that you have that uniform harmonization of public financial management laws, which it's something that is still ongoing, but having a model law that is can be adapted at the national level for harmonization, I think it is better, so that you don't have this constant risks of debt distress for African countries. So they are working on a platform that is equal, that is harmonized for accountability and debt management. And then I think maybe finally I'll touch on one aspect which on the regional level, which is the regional economic communities, where they work towards the convergence criteria. While we've not really worked around this, it's something that is already existent, but we've been trying to do analysis to see whether this debt convergence criteria is actually working for African countries or regional economic communities. So we recently did a study, and what is coming out is, and I think it has been alluded to here with Okiya Mtata, for example, one of the indicators on debt to GDP is not working for at the regional level for regional economic committees for varied reasons. So there's a need to really review what this debt to GDP ratios would actually mean for African countries. One of the proposals that we have to sort of as an alternative is to have debt to debt servicing ratio as an alternative to debt to GDP. In this way, you are able to actually assess correctly future debt servicing costs compared to GDP, which you know will not be able to translate to revenue collection, which most African countries have a challenge with. So I think in that extent, with what we've been doing as a civil society is working together collaboratively with at the continental level with the African Union, but also at the regional level with regional economic committees, but also parliamentary organizations. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Catherine, and it's really important to know that you've been working a lot around creating normative frameworks to govern public borrowing and the acquisition of public debt, and that brings me to the question for Dr. Mbori here on the practicality of these model laws, the practicalities of the laws that are intended to enforce public data accountability, but more importantly, the role of regional courts and regional court-side judicial mechanisms in enforcing these laws to facilitate public data accountability. But in addition to that, Catherine mentioned something about the role of the IMF and the assessments and the standards and the reports that they use, which are developed by the IMF. And then she mentioned that increasingly there's been questions about the practicality of those IMF standards, for example, the debt to GDP ratio. And that brings in the question of, is the involvement of the IMF and other international players purely altruistic? Are there geopolitical considerations that are involved? And importantly, when it comes to, when you're highlighting also the aspect of the model laws and the practicality of the implementation, when you're talking about these regional mechanisms, you mentioned engaging the African Union. The players at the African Union level are governments. The African Union is an intergovernmental body, it's not supranational, which means the decision-making is by consensus. Now, the people you're seeking to restrain are the people who either sit in these decision-making bodies or their representatives are the ones that sit in these particular bodies. And we anticipate that they're going to adopt laws that are going to limit their powers. So what are the practicalities of that in terms of assessing the political economy or public borrowing in Africa? Dr. Mbori.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gichana and delegates. That's a very compounded question. Let me give a fast, direct answer, is that I don't think that model laws will easily work for sovereign debt continentally or internationally. And I believe this because I normally think that when it comes to sovereign debt, at least in international law, we are in the wild, wild west. And the reason why I say we're in the wild, wild west is that there's very little normative instruments at the international level. There's not a treaty that addresses substantively questions of sovereign debt. And someone might say, maybe it's because it hasn't been negotiated. No, it's because some people do not want it. And these people are mainly global north states, let me be very clear. Private capital holders, multinational corporations, and many players who are involved in the sovereign governance, sovereign debt space, who mainly benefit from how skewed and how ungoverned it is. Essentially, there are people who are benefiting from this disorder. It's very good for them because they're able to make profit out of it. So because of that, if you do a bottom-up approach, which is what I think the conference has really focused on, coming from an international law perspective, I'm like, yeah, this is really good. Let's discipline states. Let's ensure there's public accountability. But if you don't deal with the international law problems, if you do not deal with international financial architecture concerns, which is completely broken from the IMF to the World Bank, the international financial and monetary system is absolutely broken. At least this, me and President William Ruto agree on, when we don't agree on much. So if that is a problem, it means that any sort of construction model law has to deal with both problems. So African states are in real trouble. Global South states generally are in real trouble. You have to address the international law problems, and then you have also to deal with these accountability problems from below. So some people call this international law from below. So if you only do one, you will miss the other, and possibly not you will not be able to solve the problem. So that answers one part of your question. The other part of your question is about what is happening with accountability at the regional courts level. We have tried, let me say two things. Wanjiru Kikonyo, who was here yesterday, I think, has a case that we are litigating in the ESCJ on debt for nature swaps. And if I tell you how destroyed that system is, it will take the whole day. So I can send a link on what's going on in the ESCJ on that. Basically, there's no public accountability on debt for nature swaps, debt for food swap, debt for development swap, good, nice instruments that we're told by the government will solve our problems, but absolutely make our problems worse. Okay, so that's one. There's a Trojan horse involvement. So we have tried, and I think the AU has done something here in the ICJ climate litigation issue. They tried to sneak in sovereign debt problems, and the ICJ had just like one line on this. So now we want to go to the African court through the PALU advisory opinion and directly introduce sovereign debt questions and see what happens. Hopefully, there's an opportunity for future cases of this type. And of course, there's all that is going on at the national level, and that has been covered by Okia, Omtata, and the rest. Lastly, because there's, let me mention a few points here. One, we have a credit rating agency problem in the world for sovereign debt. If you know how credit agencies work for sovereign debt, African countries are always the riskiest. Yet, for us, every time we have floated a Eurobond, it has been oversubscribed. Okay. That means that there are people out there who have been told that the debt, the money they will give us is not going to be used well because we are risky states to lend for, but they still are giving us money because they are interested in what is going to happen. Two things might happen. One, we will do what we did, borrow another Eurobond to pay the 2014 Eurobond, so the investor is still going to get their money. Two, we might fall into default. And guys, when we get into default, it's the worst thing that could ever happen. We were just about to fall into default with the 2014 Eurobond, and of course, you know what we did is that we borrowed another Eurobond. So we kicked the can down the road. And if we ever fall into default, you've seen what has happened to Chad, Ghana, Ethiopia, Zambia. It's a whole mess. So the consequences of going into default are so bad that we are willing to borrow other debts so that we can just possibly remain afloat. And once we fall into debt, unlike Raphael Tuju, our assets are going to possibly go, but not that we can't. The state cannot be dissolved. You know that the state has to exist. A regime can, but the sovereign has to remain. So because we don't have a system like what we have for company law on sovereign insolvency, what are we going to do for states? That's why I call this system the Wild Wild West. Everyone will come for us. And this is where vulture funds come in. If you saw what happened to Argentina from the 2000s with Elliot's and Associates, they'll take us to courts and they'll make us pay so much money where we are still in distress. There is not a moratorium. It doesn't exist. The UN is trying to come up with a sovereign debt treaty. Yeah, basically it's crazy. It's bad. Yeah, but let me not end on a bad note. Just allow me not to end on a bad note. The international law doctrines are rigid, but we can play with them. Odious debt doctrine, there's a case that is going on with Okiom Tata, that we can push for. Even IMF immunity, we can still push for them to be sued in this country because their immunity is not absolute. At least I've ended on a positive note.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Dr. is a lecturer of law, and he's very passionate about public debt. He's an amicus curiae in that odious debt petition in court, so you'll understand why he's very passionate about this. He mentioned a Trojan horse, and I remember an article I read a while back when I was developing a paper for Afrodad, The Trojan Horse of Sovereign Debt by Margot Salomon. So for those who are interested to look at the geopolitical aspects of public debt in Africa and the fact that, or the argument that public debt is essentially a neo-colonial tool, you may want to read that paper. So I will hand it over back to Johnson to take up a few questions as we finalize.
Because of time, we'll just take 2 questions very quickly. Just 2 questions, go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Juliet from Africa Youth Trust, and my question is to Catherine. From your experience with working with SADC, what can the EAC region borrow, and specifically Kenya, so that we can curb this debt issue, and how can the youth be specifically of help to you?
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne from Day2, and I'm directing my question to Catherine. So from the discussion, we've realized that most of the African countries are actually in a bad debt situation. Do you think that the international lenders such as the IMF, World Bank, do have a responsibility in ensuring that there is responsible borrowing by those countries, so that they have to assess whether a country is actually worth of giving them a debt, or they're just putting their country in more trouble? Thank you.
3 minutes, go ahead.
Thanks a lot. I think 2 questions to Catherine. Please, Catherine, take it away.
Thank you so much for the questions, but I also invite my fellow panelists to jump in. So on the SADC PFM model law, we've been seeing success, though gradual, with SADC countries. Like Dr. has said, it is a guidance, it's a prescription, right? It is not binding in any way. So there's always difficulty for at the national level for countries to say, okay, we want to pick this proposal, because the contexts are usually different with debts, with historical nature of how they acquire their debts, etc. But what we are trying to actually do for East Africa, which is also a possibility, especially through the East Africa Legislative Assembly, because it does have the power to have a binding principle to such a model law. So we are trying to engage YALA to have a sort of duplicate model law for the East African countries. It's still on a conceptual phase, but it's very much possible and has a very high possibility to sort of harmonize this, even with the convergence criteria that we are discussing, to have sort of a better analysis, a better framework for borrowing debt, or borrowing rather, but also how we restructure, negotiate, have debt transparency contracts, role of institutions such as the parliament, etc. So I think it is possible, and it's something that we're actually currently working on. In terms of international lenders like the IMF and whether they are responsible, they do have, but this has been a challenge, and what that has been alluded to, the structural challenges we have with the global financial architecture and the debt architecture, to be specific. UNCTAD had tried to bring up in 2003 during the crisis at that time, to have principles of responsible lending and borrowing for borrowing countries, but also to regulate creditor behavior or lender behavior. So as it is right now, the IMF cannot be held liable. They are the lender of last resort. So by that default, you cannot sue them. And I am defaulting to colleagues, my lawyer colleagues here to affirm if that is true. But they do have a responsibility, I believe, and what we are trying to do right now is work through a proposal for a UN Framework Convention on Debt. The idea here is to have a general framework that advises debt management, debt contraction, and these issues of responsible lending and borrowing that is fair and equitable for both creditors and lenders, so that if IMF is lending without transparency or any other private creditor without, considering proper debt contracts, considering the constitutional constitutional requirements at the national level, if it's contravening that, then they do have a responsibility to answer and to be liable for such decisions. So I think there is that, there is work towards that, and I encourage everyone to really look at that proposal for UN Framework Convention that is currently ongoing, to immerse in it and also support that through discussions at the national level with the ministry, parliamentary level, to have this universal debt governance system that will definitely address the
Sankara said at the beginning about, based on the geopolitical and political economy considerations of public debt or sovereign debt generally, he said something about if he himself as an individual did something in terms of a debt repudiation, he will get killed. But if they did something together as a collective, that there is power in that. So I'll ask for just 3 minutes, for 1 minute for each of the panelists to be able to reflect on what 2 practical steps or proposals that they have in terms of what we can do as a collective to leverage our solidarity as Africa, or sub-regionally as East Africa, to be able to push for more transparency and public data accountability. Starting with Dar.
Thank you. My 2 are: one, a regional or sub-regional treaty on sovereign debt. Not on debt and something else, not on human rights and sovereign debt. We can and we should and we possibly at some point will have to try and negotiate either an AU treaty on sovereign debt, and I do know that the UN one is going on, and the challenges there are immense. But I think practically this is possible, and it has to start somewhere. The second proposal is that we have to increase the AU institutions on sovereign debt. And here I'm willing to say we could have sovereign debt and in fact, in recent work, we have proposed a working group at the AU Commission on Human Rights and Sovereign Debt. Maybe Leonard will be happy with that because he also mentioned we have to deal with the human rights approaches to sovereign debt. Thanks.
Thank you. Because you've already dealt with the legal questions, which mainly are the legitimacy issues. For me, I'll just go straight to one. And you have to see this in every layer you will be taking part, whether it's legally or citizenship-wise. Essentially, we have to see ourselves in terms of, or work towards the fact that public participation practice makes constitutional processes perfect. So by taking constitutional democratic principles and practicing them often in whatever level, legal, logic-wise, we can then make these questions perfect. And with more practice in this, we will get to speak to the questions of debt sovereignty. We will get to navigate the multilateral or multipolarity issues in place, or even just getting out of the vicious cycle. So that practice is very perfect. And maybe just in closing, because we have to get citizens to be able to compute a lot of this in a very simple manner. I've attended a number of your forums. I have so many copies of the Constitution in English. I might want to challenge you to also start circulating the Kiswahili one, because language is essential in helping all manner of people to compute these questions at various levels. Thank you.
I don't have anything drastic that has not already been addressed, but maybe to say that in the spirit of Sankara, maybe to add is, he said, if we pay, we will die. If we don't, but if we pay, we will die. But if we don't pay, we'll be okay, right? So it's just a decision to make on what to do with our current debt now. Is it a question of, defaulting is relative, but as a people, what do we want our debt to do for us? Is it for development? Are we okay with the institutions? Where do we see those openings for ourselves to really put our voice to this debt issue? So I think whatever has been discussed here is sufficient for us, and everyone has a role to play in that discussion. Thank you.
I mean, just thanking the panel. And thank you very much. I hand it back to Johnson.
Many thanks. A big round of applause. Dr. Henry Paul, thank you so much, moderator, and the panelists. We'll take a photo. And ladies and gentlemen, it's exactly 30 minutes past the hour. We'll take our lunch very quickly so that we meet back here at 2:20 to kick off at 2:30. So that we close in good time. The rains. So let's make it to the lunch space. Bon appetit, all the best. Thank you so much. If you have any questions for the panelists, you can meet them. Asanteni sana, 2:20. Let's meet here.
or maybe through a coup or something like that. Something which is, from looking at the experience of those countries, again with the exception of Tunisia, a related problem that there doesn't seem any widely acceptable successor. You get rid of your dictator, but the thing about having a dictator, or somebody, it doesn't have to be, in theory, not a dictator, but that's another problem. We'll come back to that in a moment. But the person who's been there for a very long time, they don't groom successors. So when they're suddenly removed, then there's a huge fight over who's going to take over. And so that's part of the problem. The second one comes back to this word dictator. In theory, there should be absolutely no reason why a person who's in office for a very long time should be a dictator. Or at least they should be what people like to imagine, a benevolent dictator. But benevolent dictators are very few and far between. And this is because of power corrupting. To remain in office in this way, you must have such an enormous belief in your own capacities and the lack of capacities of anybody else that you'll get to be convinced that whatever you want is right. You will end up with fewer people advising you. You'll become intolerant of dissent because they're interfering with your vision of what you are doing. It is very, very hard to think of people who have been in office for a very long time, and people say, but he's just doing such a wonderful job. It doesn't seem to work out like that.
If you have a situation where only a handful of people, groups can secure offices of the state, then it is not a democratic country, really. So if you want a democratic country where everybody is treated equally, every community is treated fairly, we are not really going to have a democracy that we can be proud of. And in all these areas that I have been mentioning, the role of the president has been critical and will probably continue to be very critical. So because the role of the president is so crucial in the way the country is fashioned and democracy is exercised, that we have to pay very close attention to how do we secure a president, how is it fair process, how does it also represent interests of the people as a whole, not tribe as a role. And I think myself that one of the most important issues about the election of the presidency is precisely these broader questions. Because the president inevitably is going to have a lot of powers. We could try within a constitution to make the president's decision-making more democratic than perhaps it is. And there are ways of doing that. But unless we have in office people who are genuinely thinking of the country as a whole, we will probably continue caught up in tribal politics. And if it is tribal politics, it is the two or three really big tribes. Because we have lots of tribes here, and some are very small, and our devolution has to some extent accommodated the poor, but really very small amount. So the position of the presidency is crucial in a number of ways like this. And therefore, it is something that we should be spending money thinking of. What should be the form of elections? How frequently would one person be allowed more than at the most two terms, however popular he may be? Because he may be popular among the larger tribes, so that's not a test anymore. And so we need something like this as a guard against perpetuating some particular tribes. So we have to look at it also not just in terms of a family of a person, but in a broader term of the country as such, and nationhood, fairness, minorities. So I think it's all tied up to these bigger questions. And if you read our Constitution, it is full of these questions.
In terms of what has been happening in the continent, in terms of this, pattern of countries backsliding of transfer of powers between political regimes and peaceful transfer of powers, in the last quarter of last year, under the auspices of the Kofi Annan Foundation and other organizations, including National Democratic Institute, they convened a high-level meeting involving former heads of states, academics, civil society organizations to look and exchange best practices in relation to peaceful transfer of power and presidential term limits. And from that meeting, they declared a document known as the NIME Declaration on Constitutionalism and peaceful transfer of power and presidential term limits, advocating for exactly what that title says, peaceful transfer of power and presidential term limits.
It's depressing to see how frequently around the world referendums actually endorse a change of the constitution in order to allow somebody to remain in office. And I think the only thing that civil society can really do is to educate people about this, the importance of this topic. We've seen something rather similar here recently, which is the takeover of Nairobi by the national government. People have got so fed up with Sonko that they welcomed this. And now we have, to my mind, an unconstitutional arrangement, because I do not believe they had the power to do what they did. And people don't care that it was unconstitutional and against the rule of law. And so it actually takes an awful lot of sophistication in some ways to realize that just because you like the result of something that has been achieved by illegitimate means doesn't mean that you should overlook the illegitimacy of the means. Next time round, you may not like the result of not following the law. It's a bit like people who sort of celebrate when they get the court decision they want, regardless of whether or not the reasoning was actually right. It's actually the rule of law is important, because at the end of the day, it's the thing that's most fair to everybody. And if you don't respect the rule of law in one respect, why should you respect it in another? And also I think there are very few examples around the world that you could look to and say, term limits don't matter. Let the person remain there forever. The examples are not very encouraging. Obviously, Museveni is an example. Kagame is, is a bit different. It at least seems to be running a country that operates well, but is extremely intolerant of dissent to extreme degree. But people, it's very hard, I know, to convince people beyond the immediate situation that something they think seems like a problem with a presidential system. I think a parliamentary system cuts the whole notion of the head of government down to size, whereas the presidential system blows people up like a balloon. And people don't want to puncture the balloon. So there's just not this same sort of awe and reverence for heads of government in the parliamentary system. You expect them to do their job, and I think that's probably the better. And if they get a lot of respect, it's by virtue of their own by the military, who said, "You've lost your office." The poison pill they call it, right? You do something and an automatic consequence follows, and he was removed. I'm not sure I would recommend it, but it's a very interesting and ingenious device.
The Constitution of Kenya 2010 was more than just a reform. It was a promise of a united, democratic and just society rooted in the rule of law, human rights, equity and good governance. Since 2011, one organization has stood firm in turning that promise into reality. Katiba Institute is a non-profit, non-partisan and non-governmental organization founded to champion the full implementation of the Constitution and to foster a culture of constitutionalism both in Kenya and beyond.
Katiba Institute was formed in 2011 following the introduction of the new constitution in 2010, and it was really founded with the vision that the constitution should be a living, breathing document of and for the people, and that people engage with it directly and use it directly. The preamble of the constitution references that it is the people's constitution, and so Katiba Institute really wanted, through public interest litigation, through research and through civic education, to ensure that people can use the document directly and engage with it directly, and that it doesn't just remain a piece of paper in the abstract.
That was the vision that our vision bearers, Yash Felgai, Joe Felgai, and our first executive director, Waikwa Wanyoike, had envisioned. And over time, based on the work that we have done in Kenya, we began working on mainly on public interest litigation. But over time, we have seen that the work that we are doing with under public interest litigation is not an end to itself.
We're very lucky that our founding directors are still very involved in Katiba Institute's work, and they play an important role, and so does the full board. We have some new board members who've only joined recently and who really bring value to the board as well, and to the way the board is diversified.
At Katiba Institute, we believe in the power of the Constitution to transform society. Through public interest litigation, civic education, and research, we've empowered communities to reclaim their power while encouraging leaders to uphold integrity.
So if we look at the coverage currently of where we do cases not only in Nairobi but across Kenya. We have cases in Garissa, we have cases in Nyeri, we have cases in Kisumu, we have cases in Bungoma, we have cases in Machakos. So quite a number of counties we've been able to represent a whole range of people and vulnerable groups. So in some instances in Bungoma or Eldoret, we have indigenous people. In instances where in Machakos we represent farmers. In areas like Narok, we're representing, for example, women. And in Mombasa or elsewhere, we're still joining cases that seek to uphold the Constitution, because the Constitution is not stagnant in Nairobi. It should be felt across the board, and likewise, the violations that need to be corrected or the threats to these violations partners across different countries, both in Africa, outside Africa, where challenges are also similar, but we say similar but not the same, but we do offer technical support where need be.
Today, Kenya faces urgent challenges: threats to freedoms, climate injustice, electoral mistrust, and increasing digital surveillance. And in response to these, Katiba Institute's 2025 to 2029 strategic plan presents a bold new vision to address these challenges. The four strategic pillars: transformative governance, rights and fundamental freedoms, environmental justice, and climate action
and conversations about the Constitution, and also people understand their rights based on the Constitution.
We're really excited to have this conversation over the next 2 days and to engage on these really crucial issues with you and with our partners.
Today, Katiba Institute, together with partners TISA, NDI, ANCL, we are hosting a symposium on constitutionalism, public debt, and term limits. And it's a 2-day event where we are going to explore the current status of constitutionalism, the current status of public debt, and of course the trend of constitutional term limits in Africa.
Across the continent, we know that term limits have become one of the most contested features of constitutional design, sitting at the heart of our fundamental democratic question, which is, how do we acquire power, how do we exercise it, and how is it relinquished?
Now, what underlies that principle, constitutional principle, is a very simple rule, that we should not burden future generations with our present-day consumption needs. So if I'm paying for electricity, I'm paying for food, I'm paying for fuel, I don't want my kids to pay for that. But if I'm going to construct a road or a highway or a major infrastructural project, it's only fair, since we are all going to use this intergenerationally, that we share in the repayment of that debt obligation.
So increasingly, what we also see is that the bilateral debt is the most opaque. Because how is bilateral debt procured? It's a bunch of people from the Treasury and Ministry of Finance sitting down and meeting their counterparts the other side, and that's done. The deal is actually done, you know? So they tend to be extremely opaque.
We need to have a culture of continuous engagement between the people in terms of popular sovereignty and their executive leaders in order for this relationship to begin to take a little bit a normal life. Our presidents think they are the best solution to our problems, which is a misnomer. It's not true.
I wish to thank you all participants who have taken the time to join us, both physically and online. At Katiba Institute, we value these partnerships deeply, and we look forward to continued engagement in advancing constitutionalism, democratic accountability, and responsible public finance management across Africa.
Welcome back. We want to kick off in good time so that we can close in good time. Moses, karibu sana. Welcome, bro. It's Kelvin, right? Kelvin. Dr. Yvonne. Just in a moment, I'll be calling you up. All is well. Mr. Keith, you good? So always remember, it's the lion culture. I hope you had an opportunity to ask them questions during lunch. Dr. Henry Paul is around, I'll link you up with him. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Bwana Musila. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. We have the boldness of a lion, that belief, that sense of purpose. But it's not just for show, but you're looking beyond today and you have an eagle's focus, where you see yourself a mover and shaker of generations. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, ready to kick off. Welcome, 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 welcome. All right, to kick off this session, addressing winner takes all politics to promote constitutionalism, effective governance, and public debt accountability. A big round of applause for our moderator, Dr. Yvonne Oyeke. Makofi tafadhali. So we'll have 45 minutes for the entire session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. We just had lunch, or what's happening? Okay, so we don't have much time. Let me quickly get into it. But we have a final panelist who should be joining us here, who I don't see. He's coming. Yeah. So, sorry, can we just give our final panelist some time to get here? Is he here? Or we just proceed? Okay, no problem. Maybe he'll catch us along the way. That was supposed to be Java's Bigambo. But in any case, I think we can proceed with the panelists who are here. So, welcome once again. This panel is convened through or by the African Network of Constitutional Lawyers. We mentioned yesterday that we are a regional organization that brings together academics, practitioners, members of civil society who are working around areas of constitutional law and constitutionalism. I think we would like to also put up a QR code to our website so that if you're interested, you can look at who we are and what we've done. And on our website, you'll also be able to find information on how to join the network and also be a part of these very interesting conversations that we have in collaboration with partners like Katiba. So this afternoon, we'll be addressing the question of winner takes all politics to promote constitutionalism, effective governance, and public debt accountability. And with me here, I have Professor Diop, all the way from Senegal. You'll have a chance to hear his voice. And Dr. Matthews from South Africa, you'll also have a chance to hear her voice when I switch on over to them. But just to set the context, I think we're all familiar with the fact that across many of our African democracies, including Kenya, elections are very high stakes. It's a question of leadership, of course, taking over running the country, but it's also a fight to control the state and to especially control the resources that the state has. Senator Omtata highlighted to us just the numbers that we're dealing with in a country like Kenya. So you can understand why it's really high stakes who takes over leadership in this country. So then, in these contexts, in what we are framing as this winner-takes-all system, when you lose power, it means you're excluded from decision-making and access to all of these resources. So then, the consequences are real when everything is concentrated around political power. And in that context, public borrowing, public debt, can become a tool for maintaining power instead of being a decision that should be grounded in what is in the best interest of the public. Our final panelist. Good job, Yvonne, for buying us a little bit of time. So then the question that this panel seeks to address, now that we are fully constituted, is how does winner-takes-all politics shape public debt? And what would it take to make both governance and borrowing more accountable? So building on what we discussed this morning. So I will start with Professor Diop, and there's a microphone near you, to just share with us from the Francophone experience, where we seem to have seen more peaceful transitions. So then, I'd really like to know what accounts for this? Why is it that Francophone countries seem to have more peaceful transfer of power? And perhaps you can also speak to the Senegal debt scandal and tell us how this links to politics and also the question around hidden borrowing.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. And I'm grateful that the INCL, the African Network of Constitutional Lawyers, is associated in this well-organized and interesting symposium. Thanks to Katiba Institute and NDI for making this collaboration possible. So to respond to your question, it is true that even if coup d'etat is becoming more and more the new normal in Francophone African countries, there are some countries, unfortunately, there are some countries that regularly organize election and peaceful alternation of power. And Senegal and Benin are maybe the two clearest examples in the West African region. And even in Benin, there was in December 2025, as you have seen, an attempted and failed coup d'etat. But I see just two factors explaining this relative success in Senegal and in Benin. The first one is constitutional design and term limit provision included in the so-called eternity clauses. It is not maybe the decisive factor, but it is one of the factors maybe we can highlight here. In Benin, the 1919 constitution, born from the National Conference, was celebrated across Francophone Africa as a constitutional model, as a constitutional template. For 2 decades, it was the reference in Francophone Africa and in the region of West Africa. In Senegal, the 2-term limit included in the eternity clauses, the unamendable provision in the, through a revision, a constitutional amendment in 2016, proved its value when the Constitutional Council in February 2024 ruled that the decision of the President Sall to postpone election was unconstitutional, forcing the election to be organized on schedule and producing the third alternation of power in Senegal in 2024, as you may know. So the lesson here is clear. It matters to have constitution, but most importantly, it also matters to have institutions that are willing to enforce that constitution. The second factor, which is maybe the more decisive one, is the role of civil society. And I think that it was highlighted by one of the panelists yesterday in the afternoon session. And in Senegal, you have 2 moments stand out. In 2012, when President Wade attempted to run for a 3rd term and proposed a constitutional amendment, citizens mobilized massively under the banner touche pas à ma constitution, which means literally, don't touch my constitution. It was the banner of the civil society mobilization. And more recently, when President Sall was seeking to have a third mandate, the reaction of the civil society was also massively important. But here is where I want to push the analysis one step further. Peaceful alternation of power does not necessarily mean economic and social transformation. Peaceful alternation of power does not necessarily mean that popular frustration is over. In Senegal, each new winner inherits the exact same constitutional architecture and reproduces the same behavior than his predecessor. The same hyper-presidentialism, the same weak parliamentary oversight. In the last cycle, a hidden debt of $7 billion that the new government did not create, but now cannot escape. So why? Because the Constitution gives every new winner every tool to capture the state entirely. The president appoints all judges, including constitutional judges. For instance, in Benin, President Talon appointed his personal lawyer as the president of the Constitutional Court. His personal lawyer became the president of the Constitutional Court. So as a result, all the reform initiated by President Talon was validated by the Constitutional Court. The president in Francophone Africa can dissolve the parliament. In Senegal, the first thing a new winner does when he takes office is to dissolve the parliament. So, and organize new election, giving the ruling party the possibility to control the legislature from day one. So the real question is not only why some countries have peaceful transfer of power. It is why those transfers do not produce economic and social transformation. The palace can change, the palace changes its occupant, but the architecture of the palace stays exactly the same. And it is the problem. Can I jump with the issue of hidden debt, if I have some time to?
Yeah, you can get into it.
Okay. And thank you for the timekeeper for the negotiation. So, coming to the question of hidden debt, it tells us one thing very clearly. When you control everything, you can hide everything. When you control everything, you can hide everything. So let me just come back in the facts. The outgoing government in Senegal declared a public debt of 74% of GDP. An independent audit ordered by the new government revealed that this is 118.8%. And the IMF estimates that the real total is 132%. So we have different data. For 5 years, the real budget deficit was running at approximately double what was officially declared or reported. So the Senegal debt scandal, to explain it, is not a story of one corrupt government. It is a logical product of cycle, a structural cycle that the constitutional architecture itself produced. It starts with hyper-presidential constitution. That design encouraged the winner to capture the entire state, the judiciary, the civil service, the parliament, the oversight institution. And until you control everything, there is no meaningful oversight. And when there is no oversight, you can borrow without transparency. Nobody can stop you. And nobody can even see what you are doing. That borrowing creates a debt trap, and the next government inherits that trap. And because it cannot govern freely, because the fiscal space is already committed, popular frustration grows. And the pressure to concentrate the power even more increases. And the cycle starts again with another government. So this is the cycle. And around this domestic cycle, there is an external amplifier that makes everything worse. When the scandal was revealed in Senegal, the scandal of hidden debt, the IMF suspended a $1.8 billion credit facility. The rating agencies downgraded Senegal, and $4.6 billion in debt service is due in 2026 alone. And what the deepest irony is that the same international institution, the IMF, that failed to detect 5 years systematic falsification, are now dictating the term of recovery. The citizens of Senegal voted for change in 2024. They got a government that cannot govern freely because the previous winner committed the country's resources for 4 years in advance, and all has been done secretly. Let me conclude here. Hidden borrowing is not just a financial problem. It is a democratic problem. It allows one government to make decisions to bind all future government and all future generation, as you pointed out, Yvonne, yesterday in your opening remark. And all this is done without the knowledge and without the consent of the population. This is a democratic problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a really good and powerful way to start. I think what has stood out for me is when you control everything, you can hide everything. And I think this was also reflected in the remarks that were given this morning. Hopefully we can continue to have this conversation even with the plenary as we continue with our panel session. But then I'd like to build on what it is that you've already said, and in the spirit of comparing, also shift us a little bit to Southern Africa and speak to you, Dr. Matthews, using South Africa as a counterpoint, a context with arguably amongst the strongest institutional designs on the continent. I'd be curious to hear from you, reflecting on what Abdu has already shared. How does this politics of the winner takes all influence borrowing and public debt from your experience? And further, in your experience, what has worked in holding power accountable?
Thank you so much, Yvonne, and thank you to the ANCL for this panel, and also to the organizers of this conference for this very important topic, which I don't think we discuss very much as constitutionalists when we talk about law as political economy. And so I think the first point I'd like to make is that South Africa is a land of contradiction, right? We established one of the most progressive constitutions in the world in 1996, which constitutionalized civil, political, and socioeconomic rights. We used very progressive language in our constitution to advance dignity, equality, and social justice, and to redress the history of our apartheid and colonial past. Unlike the unlike the Namibian constitution, however, the South African constitution does not make explicit reference to apartheid. So yesterday we were speaking about intergenerational the inherited consequences of intergenerational debt. South Africa started its democracy having to still carry apartheid debt. Despite the fact that apartheid was declared a crime against humanity, that debt was not written off, right? The debt was used in order to sustain the value of the rand in a superficial way, and so that you could build superficial wealth through borrowing. We continue with that trajectory today, and so despite having one of the most progressive constitutions in the world, we are also one of the most unequal countries in the world. We now, and at the same time, we are also considered a middle-income country, so that would mean that you have enough resources internally in order to address your constitutional obligations with regard to socioeconomic rights in particular. What we have found is that our debt to GDP ratio from 2008 to 2009, which was at 23%, has now escalated to 75% of our GDP. We expect it to be close to 80% in this new financial year. And also, in terms of our debt service costs, which constitute 5% of our GDP, and that mainly we use that kind of debt to spend on health and housing, so to realize our constitutional obligations. We are now sitting at about $25 billion, right, in terms of debt service costs. The debt is used for social spending, for infrastructure, with respect to electricity, transport, and water provision, as well as social services. It's also being used to cover the debt of what we call state-owned entities that don't pay their bills. So during apartheid, obviously the state administered resources to the minority white population. Those resources were not expanded to the majority black population, right? And so now you've got these state-owned entities that are not able to recover the provision of the services that they deliver because the municipalities that they have to deliver to are still filled with lots of poor and unemployed people. And so what ends up happening is that we are utilizing debt to cover those costs, to sustain the state-owned entities, because we don't want to privatize public provisions, right? You don't want to privatize water and electricity. You don't even want to privatize transport, because as soon as you start privatizing, it means the poorest of the poor end up paying more for these services. At the same time, we haven't really fixed our unemployment. Youth unemployment in South Africa is sitting at about 2/3 of a population. Sitting at about 60%. 2/3 of our population is under the age of 30. Now, when you're not having a tax revenue base, and you're also not fixing unemployment, at the same time, we're not redistributing inherited wealth and income inequality, right? Black people still own the least amount of land in South Africa. Land is still owned predominantly by a white population at about 80% of our land. In terms of income inequality, I think 80% of our population, black population, lives under about, the stats just came out, about $2,000 a month, or even less than that. No, it's much less, household income. I think it's about $1,000. 80% of your population. That is not a middle income ratio or for a middle income country in terms of distribution, right? If you look at our top 10%, which owns 65% of our national income, that's an outlier for the rest of the world. The rest of the world is dealing with heightened inequality and wealth owned by the top 1% of the population. So South Africa has all of these anomalies as a consequence of inheriting our past in our present. And so that intergenerational inequality continues with us today. But I think what's also very worrying is how socioeconomic rights are being utilized as a crutch so that the state does not have to redistribute historical wealth and income inequality. And so what do I mean by that? And this is what I'll close off with, Yvonne. During COVID, for example, so in our constitution, it says everyone has the right to social assistance. We have one of the most expansive social assistance programs on the continent. We provide cash-based social grants to it's non-discriminatory. We've got child support grants, we've got old age grants. At least, I think I think we're probably on about 22 million South Africans are living off a social grant. The social grant is below the food poverty line, right? Which means that you're not even meeting the basic needs of minimum food delivery. But at the same time, because we didn't have a universal basic income grant, we used COVID as an opportunity to start testing how we would deliver universal basic income grant, because we've got such a high unemployment rate amongst the youth. And when you have an unemployed, frustrated youth, you have political instability, right? Now, a social grant is not supposed to be utilized to sustain political stability. A social grant is supposed to be there in order to provide you with the necessary tools in order to access employment, etc. It's supposed to be a short-term intervention. But what we're seeing is that in order for the government to provide those grants, they needed to borrow money from the IMF. And so when we talk about accountability, I think what I find very inspiring being in Kenya, and the Kenyan constitution is quite similar to the South African one when I look at it, we don't seem to have organizations like the TISA, right, that educate young people and that educate citizens about how the budget works, but issues to do with debt. We have high transparency in South Africa. You can get all the data you need out of government organizations. But how do we know how to interpret that kind of data? And the implications for that means that you don't know how to hold your state accountable, even when you have access to all the information that you need. So our courts have become the bulwark for accountability. However, at the same time, you know that the courts are very hesitant to litigate or to provide any conclusive findings on issues to do with the political economy, right? And so what the Constitutional Court in South Africa often does is to say, okay, if government comes with a plan about how they're going to address these gaps, it needs to be reasonable, and if it's reasonable, it passes muster. We focus a lot on corruption, but you can have very good administration and still administer unequal policies. Apartheid was very well administered, right? And yet it was built on a corrupt foundation. So I think we need to think about what do we mean by good governance? What do we mean by advancing constitutionalism? What values do we want to embed in our society? And how do we want to ensure that constitutionalism and accountability provides redress for historical injustice? Not just an administration of policies and, ensuring that there's effective administration, but really ensuring that we are able to create a new future through constitutional democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I can see some themes are emerging already, whereas Abdu was able to highlight the insidious ways in which these different governments, including some that come into power peacefully, are able to get into these debt cycles. I think what you're showing us is the material impact of what this debt, or the material impact of this debt, and how it continues to have an influence or an impact in the everyday lived realities of people several years after the particular event. I think Senator Mtata sort of gave us some of the workings behind the scene on how this debt has been taken on, and some of the innovative ways and sneaky ways that are they captured, are they complicit, and where is the accountability in all of this? And as you are thinking about that, please also just share with us, within this winner-takes-all context, do you think it is structural, systemic, or is it just political practice that can be addressed through some behavioral change?
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate first the invitation and this very critical discourse that has been taken, following very keenly, and I have consumed the great content and ideas that have titrated from the session since yesterday. The questions you ask are altogether intriguing, vital, and they should stir up our imagination in various ways. Now, here in Kenya, every election time, it's a period through which we as a people go through the eye of the needle, if I was to use such biblical allegory. And we've gone through the eye of the needles far too many times, with far too many lessons, but interestingly still, we are struggling to learn from those lessons, historically. Now, this winner-take-all system, and others look at it through the lenses of the first past the post. In Kenya, it is codified. Our law provides, and let me just put it this way, that when you look at our constitution, we have got leaders at the national level and at the county level. The winner at the national level takes charge of government at the national level. The winner at the county level takes
charge of government at the county level. Whoever wins, the loser is disregarded to the backwaters completely until the next election. Interestingly, even as Professor has indicated here, is that the winner-take-all system is by its nature and character adversarial, and that candidates or politicians look at themselves as political nemesis, and even after elections, they cannot easily shake hands, with the exception of Kenya, which for the past couple of elections we've had post-election handshakes. And as I reflect on the post-election handshakes, I ask myself, why is it, for instance, that in Africa, the winner-take-all has created a very difficult political environment, a political ecosystem, and when you look at it in terms of mobilization that starts ethnically, then regionally, and the fact that the one who loses, together with their supporters, get to imagine that they are going to face economic loss and disadvantage until the next election, if and when they get to win. And that is the challenge of the winner-take-all. However, through comparative lenses as well, we have got other jurisdictions that have got the winner-take-all system, but we're not seeing this so much adversarial character in politics that here in Kenya and in Africa leads lots of times to violence, etc. Look at it, for example, in the US. Still a winner-take-all system. In fact, in all states in the US, except for Maine and Nebraska, it is a winner-take-all system. The candidate who garners the highest votes, popular votes in a state, gets awarded all the electoral college votes. It's a winner-take-all system, except for Maine and Nebraska. Now, it is the states that have codified the winner-take-all. It's not in the American Constitution. Here in Kenya, for you to be declared president, you go to win 50+1. With your lineup that you had before election, you win it, the one who lost gets completely disregarded. The challenge is that because of the fierce competition in the winner-take-all system, I call it system because it is codified, it is in the law, not just a political practice, it is codified, which means actually it is constitutional. So in most African countries, including Kenya, the winner-take-all is a constitutional edict. And until and unless the people who are the sovereign, by way of opening up the seams of the Constitution, get to consider amendments, then it is a constitutional. And so if we talk about constitutionalism, then even winner-take-all in most African jurisdictions is constitutional. Secondly, of course, looking at it from that corner, constitutionalism mainly presupposes or posits that government is or derives its mandate from the people and is limited by the provisions of the Constitution. And therefore, to the extent that the Constitution and its provisions or edicts are adhered to, then even wrong things in there are constitutional. And that's why, even through the lenses of history, it is said of Hitler that what he did was not illegal. It was legal because it was codified. And so I think every democracy, especially emerging democracies, and particularly African countries, need not just copy-paste provisions in other progressive democracies. They need to look at what works for them. Now, except recently in Tanzania's election, we've had winner-take-all, but we've not had the kind of violence that has been witnessed in Tanzania recently. Uganda has got the winner-take-all. We all know how it happens there. South Africa, still the same. And I think we need to fashion democracy in a manner that works for us. I say this because of one fact historically. The oldest democracy, at least presupposedly so, America, presupposedly, when you look at their constitution, from the 85 Federalist Papers of 1787, there was no consideration of the winner-take-all, except, I think, up to 1826-24. That's when now the mechanism of the winner-take-all, from the initial efforts of John Adams, Now, today the winner-take-all system is deeply entrenched in America. Are emerging democracies just copying entrenched democracies for acceptability? And so I think African countries need to choose what works for them. So that, for instance, in Kenya here, in 2007, we had one of the darkest moments after an election, the post-election violence. After that, we got to have, through the Grand Coalition government, the National Accord Reconciliation Act that entrenched the government in place, the Grand Government in place. But then again, after that period, until we had the new constitution, our elections have always remained adversarial and very costly. In fact, the costly nature, adversarial nature of our politics is what makes our politics not only competitive, but very expensive. If the winner-take-all system was to be turned around, maybe possibly elections may not be as expensive in Kenya and maybe in African countries. But moving through it, and because of the winner-take-all character in our politics and our democracy, the common man, the ordinary citizen, has continued to become the dependable infrastructure for the progression and political survival of the political elites. Because even as we sit here, Kenyans here will tell you that we have got one of the recommendations in the National Dialogue Committee's report, the establishment and entrenchment of such offices as the leader of official opposition and office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the assistants entrenched in the Constitution to try and bring political inclusion in the Constitution. And so I think that is an effort to try and see how the winner-take-all system can be navigated. So Kenya is still struggling with it. Even though we are in a new constitutional dispensation, it is something that remains a thorn in the flesh of our democracy. And so I would say that it's not just a political proxy, it is systemic and therefore systematic because it is codified in the mother law of the land that the Constitution is. Going into the issue of debt. Now, and I've heard Madam speak about debt in South Africa. Today, the cost of servicing debt as well in Kenya is about 80% of the revenue collected. Yes? And Kenyans here will also tell you that Kenyans are disturbed by the fact that we pay or we service our debts, but the debt remains high. It's because of the cost of servicing the debt. And secondly, today our debt, national debt, is in the neighborhood of 12 trillion shillings. You look at it and you realize that Parliament plays a crucial role in the issue of management of national debt. You ask, is Parliament captured? Senator Mtata, one of the revered adherents and activists and voices on matters national debt, spoke here, and he spoke quite eloquently. I may not need to regurgitate parts of his remarks. But as a matter of fact, it is not so much about Parliament being captured. Because if you can say it's captured, is it this one or other parliaments? Because our national debt is transgovernmental and transgenerational. The thing is this, we need to have Parliament that, and remember that our Constitution provides that the legislature derives its power from the people. So Parliament, as I move to the conclusion, Parliament needs to serve the people, not to serve the executive or executive interests, to serve the people. If Parliament were to adhere to the fact of serving the people, then the issue of, for example, the Public Accounts Committee, the Parliamentary Debt Committee that deals with debt, when it comes to raising the ceiling of national debt, Parliament will be conscious to the needs of the current generation, the challenges, economic challenges of the people, and the future that our country is walking into. And so I would say that Parliament needs to centralize public interest for public good on the issue of managing debt, because for any loan to be taken, the approval of Parliament is necessary. And so I think the place of Parliament in managing national debt cannot be gainsaid But I think parliamentarians need to be conscious. In fact, it's when I reflect on some critical thinkers, important thinkers on the African continent and even yonder, people like Professor Achille Mbembe. Then you listen to people like Professor Noam Chomsky, they have ventilated on these issues. And even Fukuyama himself on navigating the contours of democracy, national debt, and the economy. You realize that I think it is important for Parliament, especially the Parliament of Kenya and parliaments across Africa, to have not just what Mbembe calls planetary consciousness, but I would want to call it planetary nationalism. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not sure how much time we have remaining. I'd like to just close on a positive note. I think I take this from the panel with Dr. Mbori, and also from the activity that we did earlier, which is if you had the power to be able to address this issue once and for all, because that's what the panel sort of seeks to do, address this challenge. If you had the power, what is the one thing that you would do that, in your opinion, would be able to move the dial in terms of responding to some of the issues that you've highlighted? So, because the mic is with you, I don't know if you'd like to start there in 2 minutes before we hand over to the plenary to also share.
A few things. Moving the center is very important and urgent.
Inherit from France. You know, in the conceptualization of what is the constitution in Francophone African countries or in Francophone doctrine, is that the constitution is a document that just provides the guiding principles, the broad norms, and letting the parliament, the legislative, to fix the rule of the games. So this is the system. And I think that this system does not encourage transparency, does not encourage to have some issues such as debt management, such as corruption, such as socio-economic right in the constitution. When you look at constitution in Francophone African countries, it is just about separation of power. What are the interaction between the three powers, is the parliament, the executive, and the judiciary. And the other thing is some right. It's mostly civil and political rights, but because socio-economic rights are not justiciable. So I think that the first thing is to constitutionalize this issue in Francophone African countries. The second thing maybe is to draw example from some countries. I was looking for the Seychelles constitution, how they managed to fight against winning takes all politics. And I saw that there is an appointment authority in the Seychelles constitution composed of two members, one appointed by the president and other appointed by the leader of the opposition. So I think that this kind of balance can help to fight against the winner takes all politics. So two things, drawing from examples such as Seychelles, and another one, constitutionalize debt management in Francophone African countries.
Thank you. Tandy?
Thank you, Yvonne. I think when we talk about corruption, I think we focus too much on the state and we forget about illicit financial flows leaving the African continent. I think it was maybe in 2004 that the AU released a report about how much money we lose on the continent through illicit financial flows that exceeds the aid that we can generate. And we haven't really been able to actually combat that, and I think without targeting the private sector too, because another Kenyan lawyer who I have a lot of respect for, Nkatha Kambendi, I think she's also at the University of Nairobi.
Dr. Kabira?
Yes.
Nkatha, yeah.
She speaks about how inquiries on the continent are used as a ruse to confront corruption and to create an impression that we are adhering to the rule of law so that we can project good governance, so that we can continue getting aid and consolidating debt, right? And so I think we need to move beyond just the state accountability, but we really need to understand the architecture of public-private partnerships. And then the other is, I think, also increasing public participation and citizen mobilization. I think understanding budgets and how they're produced. I think our colleague Jarvis's point about the legislature is really important, because we focus a lot on the executive and we assume if we change our leaders, we then change systems. But if we don't understand systems, we can't reform them, right? And if we don't understand how parliament makes laws, how they budget for laws, etc., then as citizens, we actually don't have much power within our democracy. So I think citizen education and mobilization would be the second point that I'd like to make. Thank you, Yvonne.
Thank you for that. How can you reform a system that you don't understand? So I think I'd like to now switch to plenary. I'm sure you've got a lot of questions.
disciplinarian, one David Okikiamayo of Kano. You remember how he used to discipline cabinet members and members of the parliament. That was on political party basis, because they would fear him. The moment they hear his name, they could even urinate on their trousers. So currently we understand, you can see what was happening in ODM. Members of parliament who were seen to go contrary to the party wishes are being called. The same thing within the UDA. How are we going to ensure that political parties do not interfere with the independence of the parliament? Because personally, I think that is the biggest issue. Okay. And secondly, on the issue of the winner takes all. When we say now the winner should not take it all, are we now being undemocratic because we are now going against the wish of the people? Because when they go to the ballot, they elect a particular individual or a particular party in South Africa, and then they want that to lead, and then now we decide to bring another people. Are we now making the sovereignty of the constitution, the supremacy of the constitution, sovereignty of the people, a rhetoric?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lady at the back here.
Hi, I'm Wanjiku. My question is for Tandy. Actually, it's not a question. I want to say thank you because you've highlighted about youth. You've spoken about youth. I am a youth, and I'm not a student, but a youth, a self-made advocate, and a youth leader at home. Actually, my people are texting me. They want me to talk about, while you're talking about these things, please don't talk to the low people alone. Talk to us too. Use layman's term. Like, we want to understand more so that I can be able to go and talk to them. You see, TISA, I'm here because of TISA, and I'm very thankful. They came to us in the Mashinani. They spoke to us, and we have been able to increase our number from 20 to 35 youths that want to know more about the Constitution, about where we're going from here. But I cannot see anybody here that is not a student apart from me and my fellow youth here. So what are you guys going to do for us youths in the Mashinani? For us youths in the Mashinani, what are you going to do for us so that we don't get to a place where, like where I live, we tulibomoa nini ya MP, because we go there, we tell this guy we want to be heard, we want places here. They don't listen to us at all. What are you guys going to do to help us? Hapa nimewacha mpaka simu hapa haijaibiwa. Yani, it is a very nice place. You see, but where we are from, we don't get those privileges. We have a CDF there, but they ask us to pay so that we can do things there. We want to hold meetings. We want to talk to people there, but we are supposed to pay. TISA taught me that in article, I don't know, 55 somewhere, it speaks about the youth. We are supposed to access education, relevant education, and have opportunities to associate and be represented and to participate. Hakuna mali imesema, there's no place where it has said learned youth, even us, I'm not stupid, but I'm not in school now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Katiba, TISA, the challenge has been extended to do a little bit more. I'm not sure how we're doing on time. I really would like to give us an opportunity to respond. Yeah? Sorry, I didn't see. In the front here? Okay. So now, so these are the absolute last two, because there's already someone holding a mic. And
okay. Go. I'll just take 30 seconds. My question is
straight to the point, please.
My name is Cliff Matundura, and my question will go to Javas Bigambo. You've talked about winner takes it all being constitutional, and I agree with you. And I'll like to take you to the BBI. It proposed the office of the Prime Minister, and it also proposed the office of the official opposition leader. And my question is, how is this going to work? Because right now we have devolution, we have national government and the county government. Will this office of the opposition leader work will we have an office of the opposition leader at the national government and at the county level? And then will it solve the problem of Nusumkate, handshake, and broad-based? Thank you.
Thank you. Last. And he's promised me, by the look in his eye, that he'll be brief.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, we've talked extensively about public participation. Now, in the recent past, there have been reports and commissions instituted to target those who have been corrupt, like the Kroll report and the Bosere Commission. Now, in the event that we have been educated and we have been told the institutions that we're meant to go to that they show hesitancy to act on corruption, what do we as Kenyans and Africans at large, do you have any other institutions we can go to get justice for stolen funds and corruption? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to have to close it here.
Just a last one.
A quick one.
Yes, very quick. To all the panelists, as you conclude, do you think if we had very elaborate campaign financing regulations, the winner takes it all would be as combative as it is currently? Thanks.
Perfect. If we had more elaborate campaign, around campaign funds, if we regulated it much better, then would that address that issue? We can discuss this the whole day, but clearly there's not enough time. So I'll start from my left, and then so we can start briefly. We don't have much time, but as far as you can. Javas, you can start.
Thank you. Very quickly. It is the 16th president of the US, Abraham Lincoln, who said that election and governance is about the people. If they sit on fire, they'll have to endure the blisters. And so it is even with matters governance. An individual asked whether negotiated democracy will work for us, and at what point, for example, can our democracy be considered or deemed as progressive? America's constitution and democracy is considered as progressive because it is working for them. So it progresses them in matters governance. Our democracy may still be nascent because still our democracy is not working for us. We are still struggling with it. To the point that our democracy will start working for us, then we'll be progressing on the merits of our democracy and therefore will be progressive. Not a question of being compared or being at par with America, which is over 200 years of democratic praxis. Now, there's been the question about the proposal. The issue is not about the proposal in the BBI, because BBI was thwarted by the courts, a wet blanket was thrown upon it. But still, the proposition of having a prime minister official opposition is mirrored in the NADCO recommendations. You ask whether this will cure the winner take all. The issue is that it may not, as long as there is still fierce competition, and the proposition to have the official opposition leader and prime cabinet secretary or minister in the constitution is for political inclusion. But remember, political inclusion works for political elites. And that's why he said that the people become and remain infrastructure or crutches for the political elites. And so that inclusion is limited to the elites. It's not inclusion for the people. And if you look at it that way, then you realize that through Raila Odinga now led, the times he has run contested the presidency, he had half the country with him. And therefore the question has always been, somebody who has got control of and influence of half the country is out of power, then it is not working politically, and he has got ideas and proposals that should be included in governance, hence the proposal to have the leader of official opposition. You ask whether, if we have leader of official opposition and prime CS, it will have to be in the county government as well. Yes. For this reason, the structure of governance or the executive at the national level will have to be mirrored at the county level. The naming may not be the same. We may not have a prime CS at the county level, but we may have an equivalent at the county level. And that will affect the wage bill. So the people have got to decide, what do they want? Do they want to have this inclusion and with the attendant wage bill and retirement benefits or not? Because even individuals who are holding, and even if Kalonzo Musyoka and others run for political office and become president, they are still earning their retirement benefits. So the people in Kenya need to choose. In America, for example, Hillary Clinton faced off with Trump. She won the popular vote but lost the electoral college vote. She went out. That democracy works for them. As I conclude on the issue of campaign financing, even the US and other countries, what my relative there referred to as the Western democracy, and comparatively whether it's working for us or whether it can work for us and what can we choose, they are still struggling with the issue of campaign financing. And Kenya or African countries may not have the answer to that just yet. As long as fierce competition exists, as long as the stakes are still high, campaign financing will remain a challenge. And the more money you have, the more you have chances on your way around the electorate and the election process, and possibly to win. So it's still a slippery issue. But in conclusion, finally, on the issue of the Western democracy and whether African countries and even Kenya must choose its own path, I would agree. Because when you look at the northern part of Kenya, there is negotiated democracy. Elders and the traditional system works and determines who is it then that should occupy a particular office. So I think Kenya and African countries must choose a democratic framework or system that works for them, not dictated, pointed, and directed by the Western practices. I appreciate.
Thank you so much, Javas.
Maybe just two things. There was a question asking that how winner takes all can be a big problem. So talking from the African Francophone countries, from a Francophone perspective, if you look at the recent justification of coup d'etat in Francophone African countries, what the military says, oftenly what they say is that the civil government has failed. The president, who controls the entire state, has failed to deliver security. He has failed to deliver socio-economic rights. He has failed to deliver substantive democracy. So, and he is willing to manipulate election to stay or to remain in power. So it's like winning election in Francophone Africa is a matter of death or life. And in this way, so the winner takes all politics is one of the reasons why the military took power, and they try to justify it through the winner takes all political logic. But at the same time, it's not a solution. Military coup is not a solution to the winner takes all logic. And it is, and paradoxically, it is an extension of the winner takes all logic, because the military, when they took the power, they perpetuated the winner takes all logic. So this is one maybe argument we can say that winner takes all logic can be dangerous in some democracy. The second thing is, it was a question on Western liberal democracy. I've just one point here that was highlighted in different regional court is to build our democracy through the notion of national consensus. National consensus. And it is an African way to build our democracy. The African Court of Human and People Rights has recalled that in a case where the constitutional amendment in Benin was contested before the African Court and Human and People Rights. And the African Court said that the amendment was in violation of the principle of national consensus. I think that we should reflect on that and see how we build our democracy based on that concept of national consensus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdul. Thandi?
Thank you. The question on how we think about democracy as emerging or progressive, I think we need to rethink the indicators that we use to evaluate democracy, right? We think about free and fair elections, we think about independent judiciaries and separation of powers, we think about peaceful transitions, but I don't think we're addressing socioeconomic inequality enough when we think about how we evaluate democracy. And so I think that's something that we need to start focusing on a bit more. I also think for young people, youth mobilization is important. Unfortunately, we continue to live on an ageist and patriarchal continent. And so the mobilization is going to have to be consistent. It's going to have to be, I think very intentional. But I think it's really necessary, because if we don't start addressing the challenges that young people are facing on this continent, and as one of the most youthful continents in the world, we will lose out on our, what we call it, population, the benefits of having a youthful population and building our economy. So I think it's really important that we start mobilizing young people more. And then lastly, I just also think that transparency remains very crucial. If we don't understand how systems work, we're living in a world at the moment that is completely fractured, where I think chaos and spectacle is being used all the time in order to keep us distracted so that we aren't able to monitor what happens in our democracy. And so I think we need to continue to be vigilant about how our systems work and protect our constitutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can see we still have a minute and 30 seconds. I don't know if in this minute and 30 seconds, we'd like to have a quick fire of your absolute last parting shots in just, you know, any last thoughts anyone would like to share?
In matters of having democratic safety nets, the people should encourage themselves in having discourses or dialogue and determine what kind of democratic frameworks they need. Mm-hmm. Trouble is that the moment such frameworks are determined, propelled, or led by the elites, it will always favor the elites. Mm-hmm. In Kenya and in Africa, anything, any proposal, unless it favors the elites, it will never favor the people. It favors the elites first, then the people.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that's a good place for us to close. I think Katiba, TISA, NDI, ANCL, we've received the message, including from the youth, that we need to have more of these conversations. We need to question how power is organized and how that power affects how our daily lived experiences are. At the heart of the winner-takes-all mentality is this idea of consolidated power. So we must see through our constitution how we can redistribute that power for more equitable outcomes. So I think I'll close it there and hand back to our program coordinator to take over. And a reminder that the ANCL information will be shared on the screen. If you'd like to join the African Network of Constitutional Lawyers, we'd be very happy to have you. So just have a look at our website, and you're also welcome to have a conversation with myself and any of the rest of the team on how you can be a part of what it is that we're doing.
All right. A big round of applause for the moderator and the panelists. Thank you so much. We're going to take a final photo, a memorable photo right there. Okay. So the camera team, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the close of our symposium, but not yet. And Tandy, you know, Tandy, we tried it yesterday, but it didn't work. So we want you to help us, because we want you to help us, okay? Help us. Yesterday we tried, everybody was like, okay, we can't do it. So show us from South Africa. Everybody, let's be upstanding. Come on. There we go. Everybody, follow the moves. Woo! Come on now. Woo! Come on. Woo! Hey! Javas. Hey! Professor. Yo. Take your seats. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Something very practical. Okay, and even those joining us online, by the way, what is your take home? Something that stood out for you from yesterday till today? Something that you're saying, you know what, this one caught my attention in a big way. And all of a sudden, the flood. The debts have been piling. You didn't know it. Okay. So they wake you up when, okay, so what do you do? What do you do? Okay. Okay, guys, what do we do? What do we do? Okay, there's no time to say you are the one, you are the one. No. We are all. Okay, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Come on, guys. Think. It's moving. You're still coming up with a strategy? Oh my goodness. It's hey. Oh my whoa. Now that's it. That's it, my brothers. Victor, that's it. What do you do? So everybody is trying to save themselves. Okay. But one person emerges. That's a leader. When there's a crisis, that's when a leader emerges. But the rest, they're trying to save themselves and their families, you know. Yeah. But one guy. You don't sit down. This is not the time to sit down and meditate. No, this is movement. Others are watching. Keep moving. There's no time. Seconds. Then he discovers something. In the movement, it discovers something. Oh my goodness. Then he realizes, hey, gonna do this. Break the glass. Break the jail, the prison. Break it. New system. New system. Boom.
Congratulations on completing your first task. Charlie, Roxy, well done. For those of you who are still confused, if you can get a breathing tube round a U-bend of a toilet, you have an unlimited air supply. Simple physics, worth remembering. Eggsy, well done for spotting that was a two-way mirror.
What's next? Next steps, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not be caught unawares. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Kevin Mabonga, Katiba Institute, Communication.
Good afternoon, or is it evening? Good afternoon. So I will not take a lot of time. We have been advised that the weather can change any time from now, so we'd want people to go back home as early as possible. So what I'm going to do is to just highlight the next steps. I'll not go through the summary of the report. My intention initially was to highlight the key points that we've discussed since yesterday. But then our moderators have been excellent in just reminding us what has been discussed and summarizing the key issues in discussion in our panel discussion. So I'll not go into those summaries, but I'll just give a quick update of the next steps from here. What do we do? And of course, some of the things that we need to do next have come from you. And we'd like to continue getting communication from you, be it questions, content questions, or just collaboration about activities related to the content of this symposium. So when we were designing this conference, it was not easy. I don't know if Dr. Gishana is here, Patricia and the team. It wasn't very easy to interlink constitutionalism, term limits, and public debt. When we were running this project previously, it was easy to just say constitutionalism and term limits, and it was very easy to link those two. But then the issue of public debt, but you can agree with me that from yesterday, it's quite clear that they interlinked, and some of you have given me feedback that there are other issues that could even be looped into this discussion, including the issue of access to information following Honorable Omtata's presentation early today. So, and maybe before I share 2 or 3 next steps, I would like to thank Mwakazi. I think you've made this conference excellent. Yeah, for the 2 days, like even if we were to continue for 3 days, I think someone who is following either online or physical will try to continue following the conference, and we appreciate a lot. And we hope that we'll continue working with you. Now, I've started doing Yvonne's tasks, but anyway. Then 2, to appreciate those who have traveled, our partners from South Africa and Senegal. Yeah, so I don't know if you have accepted the CAF's decision to return the Africa Cup of Nations. Or as we say in Kenya, you have rejected. Yeah, so, so one, I'll not go through the report, but when you are invited, there's a link that was shared with you. And if not, you'll check on our website where we shared the concept note of this conference and other relevant documents, including resource materials from NDI and TISA. And so we will upload the finalized report, which captures recommendations for the panels and general. So that will be done. We also, when you are registering, we sought your consent on photos, and therefore we will also provide a link for photos. Then you can upload relevant ones for yourselves. In addition to that, we have been streaming this event live, and we are also going to do a documentary that summarizes the 2 days of this symposium, and we will also upload, all those materials will be uploaded on the symposium page. Another important thing is that the academicians in the room have placed a special request that we, based on the themes and the topics that we discussed since yesterday, we are going to call for papers, but targeting people who attended this conference so that we can write and publish relevant papers. We will provide the topics that we would want us to publish and which will lead us to the next important step. So following this conference, Nairobi has been selected as the venue for the next regional conference on constitutionalism, term limits, and public debt, and it's coming up in June. So we'll host Africa in Nairobi in June. So we hope to get back to you guys, and we hope that when we host Africa, we'll fill up this room and have more discussions and more days to discuss about some of these critical issues. The issue of, so my friend Janak, and of course Eric Odwor was here from media, has noted that the voice of media has been missing or has missed in this discussion. And yet, when we talk about issues of constitutionalism, issues of democracy, media plays a central role. So Janak was challenging me that next time when we discuss or we hold such a meeting, media should take a central place in the discussions, and which I also agree with him. And I believe that when we host the June conference, we will have a special topic about media and the contribution of media in democracy. So with that said, please allow me to end there. And Mwakazi, maybe if we can just get one person who attended yesterday's event and today to just in 1 minute say his or her experience about the conference, then you will go ahead and invite the last person to close. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Faith Nerea. This conference has been very educative for me. Yesterday in the morning, I was asked what was my expectation, and I answered that it was to get a better understanding of public finance in Kenya. And yeah, I've exceeded my expectations. Everyone has exceeded my expectations so much. I've been able to learn that us as our citizens, it is our role to keep our leaders accountable, that we are the last check, that even though institutions fail,
It's many thanks. And right now, the closing remarks once again. Dr. Yvonne. Makofi yake tafadhali. Please welcome Dr. Yvonne. Celebrate you, asante sana.
Thank you so much. I must just mention that Kevin ambushed me, so if there's someone I forget, the person you need to ask is Kevin. But I think it's been a wonderful 2 days. It's been an intense 2 days, and I think we can close it out in style. So I think you must stand up, also because everyone's looking a bit lethargic, and that doesn't please me. So I think I'd just like us to stand so we can do our closing on our feet, please. Don't stand looking so upset. I understand that the question of public debt has left us wondering, what next? It seems a bit hopeless, but I don't think so. We the people. So for every person I mention, you just clap. If you want to ululate as well, that's wonderful. Are there people who can ululate in the audience? Give us a tester. There we go. That's the energy I'd like. Thank you very much. So first of all, we'll start by thanking the conveners. So we'll thank, first of all, Katiba, Kevin and the team. Ululation? There we go. It hasn't been easy to bring everyone together, to conceptualize and link all of these ideas together, but you did it, and you did it with such grace, and for that, we thank you. We thank you for also bringing along the rest of the partners, NDI for their financial support. Where's Oga from NDI? I can't see him, but we thank you, NDI. TISA, we also thank you. TISA, are you here? That was an extra loud one. There was some whistling. Maybe there's a ululation for them as well? No? Surely. Yeah, so TISA, we'd also like to thank you. And of course, the ANCL, we'd also like to thank ourselves. Thank you very much. Absolutely. So to the conveners, thank you so much. I will not forget DESA. I'm saving you for last because yours is a mighty thank you. I'd also like to thank all of the providers who've kept us together here. I think, first of all, I hope you're ready for an extra loud ululation for our MC. Please. It's been a wonderful 2 days. You took me to church, and I haven't been to church in a long time, and for that, I applaud you, and I appreciate the energy that you've kept up over these last 2 days. So for that, we thank you very much. For the technical team, you've seen them quietly managing all of the technology. It's not a simple job. I may not look that old, but I really struggle with issues around technology, and that setup is very intimidating, and we applaud you for dealing with it with such grace and for ensuring that we're connected and everything ran really smoothly. So for that, I'd like to thank you. And I think the rest of us would like to thank you to the team as well. I'm trying to see if there's someone I should come to before I come to Daystar. No? Huh? Yes. So yes. Okay, fine. Now those are the providers, those are the external ones. So now we can come to the participants. First of all, I think you need to give yourselves a round of applause. You've been an active audience. I think you've kept us engaged. You've asked a lot of very difficult questions that I think have evoked a lot of thinking. And for that, we really do appreciate you for being a captive audience. We'd also like to thank all the panelists, all the moderators, for guiding and facilitating such an important and difficult discussion. We'd like to thank the panelists that came from academia, everyone represented from practice, everyone represented from civil society, everyone who has come from different parts of Nairobi, but also those who have traveled from outside of Nairobi. We really would like to thank all of you, and for that, we'd like to give you a round of applause. I noticed, thank you, I was waiting for a whistle or a ululation or something, or just, some sort of, exclamation about how excited we are about all of this. Now that I think I've covered everyone, now we come to our hosts, to whom we are extremely thankful. So to Daystar University, I think we start with the students for just coming and being with us and sharing with us your insights and your thoughts. Day2, students, first of all, let's just appreciate you, and you can appreciate yourselves. These are the academics of the future, the change makers of the future, and we really do look forward to seeing the heights to which you will rise. So we really do thank you for being with us over these last 2 days. Day2 staff who are here with us, any Day2 staff, you can tell which part of the country I'm from, but I'm struggling with those S and SHs. Day2 University staff, no? That's fine. But we'd also like to thank especially the Day2 administration. So we'd like to thank your dean, the associate dean, Professor Kibwana. I think Kevin will tell you how difficult it was or how challenging it was to actually find an institution that was willing to host this very important discussion. When we came to Day2, there was no hesitation. With a completely open mind and completely open arms, they told us, let's do this thing together. And to the dean and everyone else, we are extremely grateful, and we look forward to more collaborations and more partnerships with you. And once again, I think we save the loudest round of applause to you. And this one, I'll ask you, Tandy, to help us with some sort of ululation, please, because clearly my Kenyan brothers and sisters have failed me in this one. So we'll give a round of applause and some ululation, please, to Day2 University. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much. And to all of you who joined us online and who weren't able to join us physically, we also thank you for sitting through these 2 days and also for engaging us as far as you are able to online. Thank you so much.
Appreciation for Dr. Yvonne. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, as we started, so we want to close. We want to close just the way we started, with the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
So many thanks indeed. Just a final activity. Grab somebody, take them to the front. We're going to take a group photo. Come on, make it memorable. So get somebody, walk them up the stage. Those joining us online, we say asanteni sana. Keep it locked. Katiba Institute, all the best. Many thanks for your engagement. Asanteni sana.
Crucial issues with you and with our partners.